Are you looking for a faster video? Well, today it's a live stream, and I know you're probably looking for a really nice and tidy, edited down video, but I have ways for you to make it faster. You can click that little gear on the YouTube settings right there on the video and adjust the playback speed, make me sound like a chipmunk, and it'll go a lot faster. You can also look and see if there's timestamps for this project in the description, and if you're on a desktop, you can hover over the time bar at the bottom of the screen and see if it's chunked up into chapters, and then that way you can go directly to the step you're looking for. And lastly, you can also tap on the screen on the right hand side of the video picture or on the left hand side to make the video jump ahead, forward or backward if you're on a mobile device. And you can adjust that amount in your settings so you can have complete control over how much it jumps. So if you are on a desktop, you can use the fast forward or the rewind, and that will make it go faster as well. You can also enable subtitles, and the little CC on the screen will enable closed captioning. That way, if I am a little bit harder to understand with that double playback speed, the subtitles might help you out. All right, well, I know that it's not a nice little edited video, but if you sew with me, we'll get there together and it'll be lots of fun. And now for the live stream. Happy sewing! Hello! Oh my gosh, look at my camera, it's so zoomed in. How's it going? Can you guys hear me and see me okay? Let's see. Oh, I don't see. Oh yeah, the microphone's working. Okay. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. Oh, I can't. Wait. 1 week and I'm totally out of practice. Let's see here. It's a little better. Hey, Delvin. Hey, Nancy. Yeah, it's true. Hey, Fiona. Hey, Beverly. Hey, Carrie. Sydney, Aisha, Suzanne. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of you here. Hi, Margaret. Yes, good afternoon, I guess, and evening for some of you. I hope you guys had a good week without me. Hi, Elizabeth. How's it going? So Hearts Fabric gave me this project a little while ago, not too long. I've been doing good, keeping up on things. And it just dawned on me, like, I think this is a pretty quick project, so why not just cut and sew it all at once? I kind of thought I might cut it before the stream, but then I was like, I laid it all out so we're ready to go so we can get right to the sewing. So you missed me. I don't believe that. Well, I miss you guys too. I did have a really nice week with my daughter though. She's leaving probably like any minute now. But it was really nice to celebrate her birthday with her. So, okay, and so the Strathcona Henley, this is what it looks like. So it's that classic Henley with the button placket. There's two variations. You can make a crew neck shirt without it if you want. But of course, we're not doing that, right? And this is a waistband down here, so I'm kind of debating whether to leave that on because Hearts is pretty generous in like letting me modify it, and I feel like more people would wear it without, and it might be fun to see cover stitch hems, and I set my cover stitch machine up, so, you know, I missed you guys too. Plus, I didn't want to not see you before next week, so because in the States it's Thanksgiving, and a lot of people take that week off, so I'm not sure what our plans are, but we're so low-key now. But I'll probably not stream next week, and then I'll stream Saturday. I gotta clean my glasses. I think I touched them. So, and then I think, you guys, I'm just gonna stream Saturdays, at least till the end of the year, except for our gift sewing week. We always do a gift sewing week, and it'd probably be like the week of December 5th. And then I'll just do every Saturday. But I'm going to talk to the Patreon patrons first and make sure they're okay with me doing that. And, but it's not because I'm not going to be working. I'm really working on my content and some things I want to get going. So I think you'll be happy with the content. It'll actually be more useful to you, which is more important, right? So, hi, Eliza. Yeah, you're always driving. Okay, so yeah, so we're making the Thread Theory Design Strathcona Henley. This is classically a menswear pattern, but I think anyone can wear it if they like. There's really interesting tips in the instructions for beginners who maybe have never worked with wiggly knits and things, and I thought they were kind of interesting. Like one is like just hand sew the placket, something like that, so if you're more comfortable with that. And then a couple of fabric suggestions, so I thought it was kind of cool. It's such a pleasure to see the printed pattern because their packaging is just really, it's just really nice, you know, and then here's the instructions. I feel like the some of it might fight with my cameras because it has all these like needles. Those are like little needles all the way around, you know, very nice little booklet. But look at this packaging, and then they have other of their styles here. I've made the Jutland pants and the Fairfield button-up by them. This is only my third. Is that true? Have I only made 3 patterns? I think I've made something else. I may not have though. She does do women's patterns too. So they're not active on Instagram anymore, so I don't think we hear a lot about them, but they're really honestly one of the very few dedicated menswear pattern companies, and they do great basics. So anyway, hey Walter, hey Sarah, you finished your ideal bag. I just saw that comment. Congratulations. I can't wait to see it. Will I ever get to see it? I hope I get to see it. So all right, let's do this. Let me move that. I got 1, 2, 3, 4 sewing machines set up. The pattern table, every camera. This is kind of an epic thing. So, all right, I'm gonna jump right into the sewing. So this fabric, and like I mentioned before, this is sponsored by Hearts. And by that, I mean, they send me a project, everything to do it. So they sent me thread that matches, the buttons. They sent me the clear elastic for the shoulders to stabilize them. And then I sew up the project and I send it all back to them, and they get to keep it, and then it hangs in their store. And so then their customers who are there at the brick and mortar store can kind of see it, maybe try it on even. And then also know that there is a, you know, YouTube out there, or a video out there that might help them sew it if they get stuck. So that is kind of the gist of it, and it's awesome. And I always really love sewing things for them because it's just very straight up. They always follow my rules, which are very few but very sincere. Like, don't send me a pattern I have to cut, like I have to tape together, and they always respect that, which is really nice. And this time they let me keep this printed pattern, which is pretty nice of them. Usually I get a tracing. So and that also means that you can get 10% off anything you want at Hearts Fabric all the time, anytime. Doesn't matter if I'm doing a project by them, and the code's on the screen, 10SOSO. It'll almost cover your shipping, I think, which is great. So, hi, Libby. Absolutely. We both know that too with our daughters visiting, right? This particular fabric, I have a link to it, actually, that I looked it up. It comes in at least 4 colors, which is pretty cool. I kind of think I might end up getting some of this myself because it's like that classic yarn dyed knit. It's called candied knit, like a candied apple. And this one is the sky color, and on the screen I want you to know that this is more of a robin's egg blue on the screen, but in person it's more of a, what I like to call like a periwinkle or a Dutch blue. Dutch blue is a little grayer. This is more on the periwinkle side. It's not bright, and it's not teal like that. And maybe on the machine camera it'll look better, look more true. So Oh, Nancy, did you get another machine then? Is that what I'm hearing? Someone sent me a link to a dedicated buttonhole machine. I know they exist, but they're like these big industrial beasts. It's amazing. I want like a home sewing version, you know, one that you just like put your button in the little thing and makes a buttonhole perfectly. Doesn't have to do all the spacing, but that would be kind of cool too. I mean, if it's a dedicated machine, why not? But that would be really hard. What if you're doing a whole dress or something? I wouldn't trust it to do that, to be honest. So, all right. So yeah, this is the Candy Knits guy. The number for it is 101693. They sent 2 yards. I think that's going to be plenty for this. I'm going to do a medium and yeah, view 1, which is long sleeves and buttons. So let's get to it. So the selvage on this fabric curls pretty badly. Look at that. It's curling about 1.5 inches. So if this wasn't so wide I felt like I might be struggling, I would starch that, because I just did that recently for those Zen pants we made last Saturday, and it worked really good. It was you know, it's an extra step. You know, and if you're just going to cut it out and get rid of it, you know, like be done, then great. So, did you really, Nancy? You didn't. You didn't. Are you serious? Nancy, you're going to start your own factory soon. I'm stunned. Right, Walter? Yay for starch. Okay, I'm stunned, and I really wish the West Coast and East Coast weren't so far apart right now. I'm just going to say that. So this has these natural stripes, and I'm going to just check. Since I'm cutting 2 layers at a time, which is a little iffy, I'm going to check, like, if I fold along, like, a stripe here, this one and this one right here, am I lining up with the stripes underneath? And it looks pretty good. Like, I checked my grain pretty closely. So I think more importantly, I really want my hem to be on the stripe so it doesn't look off either. So if you're using like a yarn dyed stripe, you can use it for your grain line. It's kind of helping. Oh, you did. Yeah, that is true. The curling is helpful to identify the wrong side of the fabric. In general, fabrics usually curl towards the right side, but this is not. So, you bought a cover stitch machine. Oh, that's awesome. Oh my gosh, you really had me fooled there. I was stunned. Yeah, blind hammer. Yeah, and those are really affordable. You can actually get a dedicated blind hammer pretty affordably. But it's so specific, and I have to admit, like, I haven't blind hemmed a garment since I was, like, in my 20s. It's nice if you're doing tailored things, skirts, linings, lined dresses, what else? Some vests for men have the lining hanging free, and they'll blind hem that. It's a pretty specific use, and your home sewing machine probably does it, and it's really not that hard. It's confusing to figure out how to fold your fabric, but once you figure it out, you're like, oh, this is so easy. And your blind hemmer works really good. And a blind hemming stitch on a home sewing machine usually looks like it'll be straight stitch, straight stitch, straight stitch, and then one zig over and a zag back. And what that's doing is you're sewing on the hem edge where no one's going to see on the inside, like on the inside raw edge of the hem, or finished edge actually. And then it's going over and grabbing one thread of your garment, because you fold it in this funny way so that they're right next to each other. And then once you unfold it all and iron it, all you see is a little tiny deek, deek, deek on your garment on the right side. Yeah, right, Nancy? Exactly. It's a pretty specific machine. All right, so this isn't coming a whole lot of sizes, and maybe I should tell you what they are. Oh, you know what? My necklace is touching this, isn't it? I'm sorry. Sorry, I know that's the microphone, and I'm just like... holding it and doing stuff to it. This is my little tip. There we go. Oh, cool. I'm going to check it out, Sarah. Yay! Straight stitch. Exactly. Oh, yeah, let's look at the sizing here. So it goes from extra small to extra large. There's a chance that the PDF version could come in more sizes. I did not check that. I didn't even think about it. So the body goes from a 36-inch chest to a 44-inch chest. I think my husband probably would measure the small but be more comfortable in the medium because he has pretty broad shoulders. So and he's not the biggest guy. You've seen him. So that's just one thing to think about. And why am I so far from the edge here? I kind of want to be closer. Let's slide this down. It really doesn't look that great on the camera, like the quality of this. I'm really glad it's not messing around with my cameras though, because you know how these little stripes are, but it's actually not too bad. We'll see how it does on the machine, huh? Yeah, I'm excited to see that. Okay, so extra small, small, medium. So we're going to do the middle solid line. Oh, I love it when the solid line is the line I get to cut on, don't you? Hey, has anyone signed up for the Thread Theory Designs newsletter? I'm curious. I just signed up for it, but I'm just wondering, do they send things out very often? Does anyone know for sure if they're signed up for it? Okay. You know, it's funny when I cut out PDF patterns lately. I've gotten a few people commenting on the fact that there's a lot of extra paper past my size. But that would be the same if you were doing tissue, just like I just did, right? I didn't even think about likening it to that. So here again, she puts the front of the sleeve on this size and this side, and this always really confuses me. Why are there all these notches? I'm just going to do the cap, and if I have to get this out for some reason, I don't know why there's notches, all these notches here. But yeah, I'll just leave this accessible. Really? So would you do something different, Sarah? Did you customize yours? All right, so remember this fabric rolls, so we want to get sewing it today anyway, right? This is the neckband. I'm going to do one kind of modification to it. I'm just going to cut this off here, slide it closer. So we're going to do the cuffs. Oh, this doesn't go this way. This goes this way. That's funny. Oh, I have room. Okay, good. I am going to do the cuffs, but I don't think I'm going to do the hemband because I just don't see that being very current right now. Like, I think that a classic Henley could have a hemband, but I'm not going to put it on. I don't think most people would do it. Plus, I threaded my cover stitch machine, you know. Anyone see my stories about my video? Oh my gosh, you know that long video that I was warning you guys about? I've recorded it twice now. I've almost edited it to completion twice now. These are cuffs, by the way. So this is the cuff, and so the greatest amount of stretch is going across. There's probably length stretch, but not much. You always want these cuffs to go along the greatest amount of stretch. So even though this is the grain line, that is still the grain line. This is correct. I'm just pointing it out that if your fabric, the greatest amount of stretch is going the other way, you might want to turn your cuff so that you're getting the greatest amount of stretch, because you want it to be comfortable. Yeah, and so then I recorded a whole nother video, right? And I was like, all right, I'm gonna put a sewing on the back. So then I had to record that too. At the which hashtag did you use? SS Ideal Bag. It might not be there. Hey Terry, how's it going? All right, this is the placket. I'm gonna cut 2 because I'm thinking that maybe it might be handy to practice on one. I don't really think, this isn't gonna be too hard to sew. But if you haven't sewn a placket like this and you're using this kind of knit, I would recommend cutting an extra out and then just practicing on some extra fabric. You guys see me do that a lot. I even do it, I don't hide the fact that I need practice. Can't expect me to know how to do it all the time perfectly. Oh, you had probably to see. Oh, okay, cool. All right, so we're gonna keep this piece, right? Because it has all these markings. You need these fold lines here, and we're gonna iron all those in. We're also gonna put interfacing in these 2 sections here with the dots. Okay. Yeah, right, Suzanne, I do too. Or like a waffle knit. You know that fabric company, IC Fabric? This would be the perfect fabric, or this would be the perfect pattern to use in a lot of that waffle knit. Beef Wellington. Isn't that the dish where you bake the beef or roast the beef inside pastry? I don't think I've ever had that. All right, so here's this waistband, and you would want this to go across the fabric if you want to use it. You're gonna have to open up your fabric. You want this long piece to go where the greatest amount of stretch, okay? I'm not gonna cut this one. I have to say, like, doing the waistband would be the easiest finishing because you don't have to hem it. Especially if you have a serger, so. If you think it's harder, it's not, it's easier. All right, so we have a front and a back, and look at this, in the rare, let's just take a moment to appreciate this. The pattern piece isn't on the fold. This is how all pattern pieces should be, always. And I will go to my grave saying that, and I will go to the wrestling mat over it. No pattern piece should be cut on the fold. So let's just appreciate the fact that that's how she put it here, okay? Because it's rare. All right. Oh, you know what I have to admit to you guys? Oh my God, I can't believe I'm gonna admit this. So that projector sewing group, now there's just too many posts in that group, by the way, because I don't really use Facebook for anything but 5 out of 4 patterns, my group, and now I'm in that projector group, and so people post in it constantly. Awesome. They get great help in there, by the way. But it's just like I have to scroll through a lot and kind of get to what you guys are saying, and that's what I'm there for. But someone said, hey, I just saw this projector for sale on Amazon, and I thought this one was hard to find, that you guys all like it, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, yeah, that's the one. It's like the one they all really, really like, and no one can ever find it. And there were a few in stock, and well, just long story short, I bought one without even doing any research. Isn't that terrible? But I have till January 22nd to return it. So that's my plan. I'm going to give it a shot. I'm just running out of space. I'm tired of printing and taping, so I'm going to the dark side. Oh, I can't wait to see it. You did all kinds of craziness. Combine the elastic top flap with the zipper flap. Oh, good. I think that's a great idea. Added extra pockets. Nice. That's so cool. It's quite a project. You're just making and freezing biscuits. That's all. That's smart, though. Oh, you can turn off because you have notifications going phone. I don't even have that. I don't remember. A projector for Do you mean like what brand, or do you mean like what am I using it for? I'm assuming you mean what brand. I can look it up if you want. I kind of want more. Yeah, I'll do this. I hope I'm far enough over. It seemed like there was plenty of fabric. Yeah, right, because that was the fold right there. Yeah, okay, we're good. Yeah, it isn't a big investment. You are absolutely right, Nancy. That's why I went for it, especially with the deadline of January. So I'm going to do my homework, check it out, and then I can just return it, you know? It's, you know, it's like $100. It was like $110, I think. The amount I spend on printing patterns and paper, I would save that in like 3 months, no problem, like at all. That's more money for fabric, right? Or just less money out of my expenses. Because right now I have my printing at the $20 a month plan. And paper, you know, I'm going through, I don't know, I went through 500 pages of paper recently just because of orders and stuff too. Because I have to print packing slips. So yeah, I need to save. All right, I don't think, oh, this is the front. All right, so we have this placket placement line. All right, so I'm just going to tell you now, the most important thing when you're doing these plackets is making sure you don't get this line crooked on your shirt. So actually what I'm going to do right now, since it's all laid out here, is mark it. I've seen and I have sewn myself beautiful plackets and they were crooked. Thought they were straight, they were not straight. I see them often in my Instagram feed. Beautiful placket. I see them hanging on the rack. Beautiful placket. Listing off to one side. A knit maxi dress pattern. Ooh. I don't know. I think you could. I think my go-to maxi dress pattern is the what's the closet core one? Oh my gosh, what the heck name is that? Charlie Kaftan. You could do that in knit. Nothing wrong with that. What am I buying for printing? Oh, I bought a projector, Eliza. I'm gonna give it a shot. Like I am like a lot of people. I'm just like, I don't really want to learn one more thing or oh, maybe this, oh yeah, this is the right side. Shoot, I just marked that on the wrong side. Oh, that's okay, that's okay. I don't really want to learn something new and have to deal with tech stuff and all that, but at the same time, it really would save so much paper and space. Because right now I can barely put another pattern in there, and I've only been doing this for 3 years. Oh yeah, if you want sleeves, I wouldn't do that one. Those aren't real sleeves. Okay, let's do the back. And then I just have the neckband after this, and that's it. Get rid of these wrinkles. I'm kind of using the stripes as a way to line up my grain. Yeah, I just saw someone in that group say something like, I just don't want one more thing to deal with or have to learn how to set up and blah, blah, blah. And there's this really nice woman. She says, you know what? I'm a lot older than you, and I figured it out, and it wasn't hard, and it's made a huge impact. And I keep seeing things like that. Like people are just like, I'll never go back. I also think that I don't want to get left behind on that. I feel old school now. I like paper patterns. I mean, and I've gone through CAD. Like I used to have to do patterns in the CAD system. So it's not like I don't know how to do all that and I haven't done it. I still prefer paper patterns. They're faster and easier in some other ways, you know. I'm just going to double check this. I feel like it's a little tilted. Yeah, I think that is really tilted. Let's look at it. So why don't I just give the old, you know, a little bit of effort, try it out, see what I think. I also kind of want to understand it because I think there's some interesting aspects to it that are kind of intriguing to me. Oh, it's not that bad. Yeah. So, oh, instead of buying a short throw, yeah. Oh, is the Lodi knit? I didn't know that. Yeah, but they're not, it's not a real armhole, Eliza, so it's not real sleeves. It would be really uncomfortable to make a long sleeve version of that, I think, in my opinion. So, yeah, well, Nancy, you bought yours. Let me remind you why you bought yours. You bought yours to digitize your patterns into the computer. So in a way, you kind of wanted that option to have all of your patterns digital. Remember? And people do that a lot. So I think that's an interesting idea too. A lot of those folks are one step away from doing CAD. Oh shoot, look at that. I am cutting this really badly. I'm really glad this is the back. Oof. Don't cut like this. Yeah, and I think that cutting on a projector on the live stream could be hard, but then again, there's those how-to videos and people do it. So we'll see. We'll see. Right? It isn't designed for knits. Oh, okay. Nomi Maxi Dress. Who's that by? All right, I'm going to do this center back notch. And I know this is my back. I'm not going to do any of the other notches. I don't really care about those. Let's measure the hem allowance. 1 inch. That's all I need to know from this. I don't like notching knits a lot. Oh, perfect. There you go. Cool. All right, so now we just have, see, look at this. Oh, the table. See the fabric? Well, it still looks, it's not robin's egg blue, I promise. If it can help me. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Walter. I think that's, you can keep that problem. Oh, Beverly. What's the Genome MC 6700P? Is that a home sewing, like a regular home sewing machine? Why does that number make me think it's either embroidery or cover stitch? I know why, because my Juki's MCS, that's why. But congratulations on getting a new machine. You made probably fast you bought. Okay, so this is the neckband. Now you couldn't cut it straight like this. It's kind of interesting she doesn't do this one step for you, but I'm going to show you. You know how a Henley neck goes down like this, the neckband? We're going to do that. It's more traditional. I also think it's a little easier to sew, and you get better results with it because when you do it straight, you're going to have that weird corner point, and it's knits. So knits, because they're stretchy, you can make that collar point perfectly, but because the knit's so forgiving, it stretches. And then what happens is you stretch it out, that point. And then it kind of wings, you know. Okay. fabric is kind of nice to cut. It's a nice weight. All right, so let's do our notches. I also want to acknowledge the fact, the skill involved, or really just like, you know, this is how it should be. The fact that the grade is all at one end. You never see that. It's pretty cool. All right. It's not like skill per se, but yeah. All right, so we're going to trim the edge here, and actually I think I'll do one so I can do it symmetrically, and then we'll do the other side. So now she shows in the picture to just lop off a corner. We're going to make it a little softer than that, so I'm just going to round this off like this, so it's more of an oval at the end. And then let's do it to the other side. Okay. You want it symmetrical, right? And then we're just going to grab our interfacing and we're going to get going. All right. I'm going to pull out that roll of knit interfacing I'm having a blast with. I feel like I have a cut piece that would work. We'll just cut off a piece. We need about, oh, I probably only need like this, that amount. Let's just check. My goodness. That's what I was saying at the beginning, Terry. I don't know why it's not rounded, to be honest. Because it wouldn't change all this. Maybe some people do want it straight, like squared off at the corner, but I'm not sure. I think the rounded is what most people would expect their Henley to look like at the end, though. I think so, Suzanne. I think it's not the robin's egg blue I keep saying. It is in focus, right? It doesn't look like it. All right, so I'm hoping it's going to look better on my machine over there. All right, so let's cut off a little sample. Is there a big enough piece here? Yeah, this right here will be big enough. I was kind of hoping there might be enough for a pair of underwear, men's underwear. I think this would be really great men's underwear fabric, by the way, if anyone's looking for that kind of fabric. Okay, so we have that, but what I want is the front here. The curling would probably drive me nuts if we had cut this and then couldn't stream for, you know, a week. Well, not a week, even more. Okay. All right. It's a heavy duty machine with, oh, a larger throat space. Oh, nice. Congratulations. That's pretty cool. Really, Nancy? You strip piece. Oh, wait. Oh, that. Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm just catching up. There's a lot of things. Is this a tech fabric? No. It says here, here, this is the fabric. I love the citron color it comes in. So it's 48% cotton, 15% rayon, 4% spandex. I don't know what the rest is because that doesn't add up to 100%. So there's something else in there too. It feels a lot like the cotton and rayon that they're talking about. So it's 58 inches wide. It says lightweight, but it's not that really lightweight. That's like tissue knit. It's got a little bit more stability than that. I would say. You can just wash it regular. Yeah, there you go. I just wanted to see what they said about it. Do you, Nancy? I can probably relate to that. Okay. All right. So let's go to the iron first. Because we're going to start with our placket right off the bat. Okay. It's kind of bugging me that it's not straight, and I'm sure one of you agrees, at least. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do, I'm going to put my real one aside for now. We're going to take this placket piece, and we're going to iron along the two long edges 1/4 inch. Right, like a little tiny seam allowance. We'll do both of them. Let's use the starch because we can, and I have a bottle that's going to last me my lifetime. I don't know how I lived without this stuff now. I know you're like, yeah, exactly. I would have done this without starch though, so if you don't really have any, what I will say is sometimes I find that curly knits don't actually want to flatten out when you iron them. They kind of get worse. So you might want to get some starch. I just picked this up at like a Rite Aid, which is like in the States like a drugstore. But there is like sewing specific ones, you know, especially for marketed towards the quilting. I'm actually going to iron this edge flat first. And then I'm going to put the 1/4 inch. So yeah, so there are brands for quilters called, I think it's called like Best Press, and I don't know. I don't actually, like, I don't really have knowledge about it, just so you know. Yeah, I've been assimilated. Yeah, I do think, like, when my friend said, you don't use, because I was like, what is this stuff? I was at their sewing studio hanging out with them last year. I was like, what is this stuff? And they were like, they were looking at me like, what are you talking about? I'm like, what is this stuff here? And they were like, that's starch. I'm like, oh, okay. So like, don't you use starch? I'm like, no. Let's see how'd I do. I think I did a little bit wider than I should have. Yeah, I did. Or it's shrinking a little bit. It's this side right here. A little bit narrower. This is kind of an conventional sewing technique with knits to fold under and iron 1/4 inch. It's kind of funny. See, it's still curling though. Stay. All right. So what you want is you want these 1-inch lines. I'm not liking this at all. I'm kind of not liking this at all, I have to admit. I do not like that it's already too narrow. This kind of thing does require precision. I would actually, I have to admit, I really want to interface this whole thing. And I don't see why I can't. You know? Let's talk about this. Can we just talk about this for a second here? All right, this is why you do a sample. Well, we're gonna figure out the easiest way to do this. That's what I'm here for, right? That's what I like doing. And I'm gonna starch it on the other side. Oh, and I need to take off the steam, right? I need to take off the steam. Am I using it right, you guys? I am, right? Okay, we're gonna starch it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I turned off the steam. There we go. Look at that. It's so much better. Okay. We're back to ground zero. All right. So what I'm thinking is lining up this interfacing to not include this center section and just interface these 2 columns on the right and left of it, okay? But this fabric is already a little too small. So I think I'm gonna recut, you guys. Because I have the fabric and I really want this to go well. So let's also iron this pattern piece and make sure we're getting the whole piece. Let me find my rotary knife. And a weight and more interfacing maybe. Okay. Just go right here. That is freaking bright. All right, I'll cut this on here, but then we'll tone it down. Let me iron this really quick too. Okay, 1, 2. Just a second. I'm just gonna iron this really quick and get this out of my way. Dry iron. I'm glad I finally figured that out. Okay. Yeah, interface then cut. You know, Suzanne, let's do that. I think you're right. I don't usually like to do that. And I have to admit, it's going to be a little tricky because of the okay, I know how I'll do it. I have so much of this stuff and it's so cheap, and then they ended up giving me a deal on it because it wasn't what I thought it was. So we're going to do 2 strips of this. I'm going to do a sample one as well, and I'm just going to do them 1 inch apart. That's my plan. All right. That's my plan. I did that Dell one. I sprayed it, I let it cool, and then I mean dry a little bit. I didn't dry it all the way. You're right though. This also shrinks up the fabric a tiny bit. Okay. I'm only steaming because the interfacing will adhere better with steam, and at least that's going to take precedence over the starch. Okay. I feel like that moved. Did you see that? Jerk. Yeah, exactly. It's called block fusing. It just, if you're using interfacing like a woven interfacing, they can be kind of that's expensive. You're wasting a lot of your interfacing. This stuff is very affordable. It is tricot, and you can get woven interfacing like this too on a roll. And I bought it because I wanted it to stretch this way, and it doesn't. It stretches this way, and so that's why I was like, shoot, that's not what I wanted. And because it's tricot, you know, you assume it's going to stretch, and so it didn't. And that's why I just asked them. I was like, was this supposed to stretch? And they were like, no, sorry. And then they just refunded my money. So I thought, oh gosh, I wonder if I'll ever use this roll. I am totally using this roll. I use it on waistbands for any kind of fabric. So I'm actually into it. And I really think it was really affordable. I got it at Waywack. All right. Now we can cut two of these out like that. Ooh, I am pumped. I'm excited. Sorry it's so bright. It's not perfectly on that 1-inch line, but it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Does Lifting Pins and Needles do live streams? Should stop by if she does. Okay, and then just cut one more, right? I feel like more of the practice is with this setup than the sewing. The sewing, it won't be hard as long as you can manage the fabric. This one's a little more accurate, so I'll keep this one for the actual shirt. Knits have always been such a challenge for me, and my goal this year is to get over that. Hence the covers. Yeah. I think the one thing to think about, Nancy, is that they're also really forgiving. Okay. Now we're back over here. Right. I mean, that's okay. Yeah, or try a double knit. I would say do a double knit because a double knit doesn't curl. Let's see, I'm gonna just give myself a little guide here since apparently 1/4 inch isn't my jam or something. This is said very facetiously since everybody knows all I like is 1/4 inch seams. See, Nancy, exactly. Jeans are so, I love sewing jeans. And I feel like when I say that, people think I'm bragging. And honestly, I just think like, oh my gosh, I feel like a cheater. Denim it's so well behaved. It's very rigid and structured. It's the fit of jeans that really is the hard part, not the sewing. Okay, look at that. This is going so much better. Why isn't that staying? Just a little bit of steam, right? No live stream, Suzanne? Oh. So, I've watched her videos. They're nice, but I can't remember what she does primarily. What's her, what does she like to do most? Does she like to do tutorials or reviews? I used to get her videos suggested to me, but, you know, YouTube is a funny thing. YouTube all of a sudden thinks I want to talk about or watch videos about, and I'm going to spell their name so they don't hear me, but YouTube thinks I want to see videos about ELONMUSK. I don't at all. I'm like, no, not interested, buddy. You know. Sorry this is taking so long. It's one of those things where if we prep everything, it's going to go so fast and easy once we do it right. Right? Oh, she likes to put her own spin on patterns. Well, that's pretty cool. And she does it outside? That's kind of cute. I like that. Theoretically, because I positioned this interfacing the way I did, I know I could just go just to that line there, but I wanted to make sure, you know. Yeah, Walter, there you go. Okay. One inch. I mean, it's close, you know. All right, and now we're just gonna do a little crease right here in the center. So if you're sewing this with me, you need to know that you want a like 1, 2, 3, 4 parallel 1-inch lines. The problem is knits aren't, you don't typically iron knits, so it's really not made to do that. I'm going for 4 equal sections, all right? And then I have this little center fold here, and that's little center fold down the middle here is going to be used to line up to the placket where I pinned it on the garment, all right? So you do need that, but you can do it another way if you want. I'm going to put this fold in here a little stronger. All right, so let me just do it to this one. Oh, I think she's talking about lifting pins and needles, Libby. Oh, she doesn't sew outside, okay. She's in the 5 out of 4 ambassador program, so I see her talking there. Like when she asks questions, and I was like, oh, I've heard of her. She's got so much experience with video and stuff. It's pretty cool. Someday I will too. Okay. And then did I do this one? I did do that, didn't I? Oh no, I didn't. It just feels like it because the interfacing is there. Okay, I'm going to fold it in half, and I'm not going to touch my iron lines. There we go. Just reinforcing these. Okay. You guys want to sew something? Okay. Sewing, what is that? All right, so just a second. Let me move around a couple things. And I need to get the mouse. Sorry. So once we have this placket sewn, the rest I think is gonna go pretty quick. So that's the other reason why, if you practice these kinds of things, you really can make a bunch. Like this would be such a great jammy top, you know what I mean? And we are kind of entering jammy season. You know, a lot of people love to make pajamas as gifts. So I think that this would be such a great pajama top for anyone if you're doing something like that. Oh, it doesn't. I'm doing a practice one. Yeah. Cuffs. Where's my practice? Is this it? What is this? Oh, this is, I don't know what that is. Is that it, you guys? Remember I cut, oh, here, I found it. I put these pins in it. Okay. There's a piece of fabric over there. I'm like, I don't know what that is. But I went and got a piece of fabric. I went to get a piece of fabric to test in my machine before the stream, but I didn't have any scraps yet because I hadn't cut anything out. And so I was like, oh, we'll just wait. And that looks exactly like what I would use to test the fabric. I don't know how it got there. Maybe I brought it over. I don't know. We're going to zoom in a little bit. Okay. There's too much junk on the screen. All right. All right, so we're going to put this placket. We're going to line up that little line right there. This is the wrong side of the fabric of the front. So we're going to line it up right side to wrong side. And remember, I feel like of all the steps of sewing this placket, I personally think this is the most important, is getting it straight. Because you will see people with plackets that kind of aren't, you know, beautiful placket, but it kind of goes like this. And you're dealing with a couple of things here, because you're dealing with the knit fabric stretching as you sew potentially. You're also dealing with maybe getting it just even 1/8 of an inch off. So it's just something to note. All right, so we also need a line 1.5 inches up from the bottom of this cut edge here. I don't just know this off the top of my head either. I actually read the directions, so just so you know. Because I didn't draft this. I don't know how she likes to do this. I'm assuming it's I don't know the woman's name that owns Thread Theory, but I'm assuming she's the pattern drafter, right? So, okay. So now we have this 1.5 inch line right here at the bottom of the placket. It still looks like Robin's Egg blue. It also looks very blurry. Does it? Is the face cam truer? Not really. It's a good blue. You know what blue it is? It's like a denim blue. Okay. So now I'm going to sew along this 1 inch line here and here and down, like make a box, all right? This is my trial one, so I'm not too worried about it. This is when I'm gonna be like, okay, my machine needs to be adjusted. I did put a ballpoint needle in all my machines today. So we're just gonna go for it. This is our sample one. We don't really care a whole lot, you know, except, you know, you do wanna have some success so you feel confident. You also want to make sure you get that bottom bit straight. I chuckle because I've done it all, you guys. I'm just laughing, you know. All right. So now we have a box. See it there? All right. And now we're gonna cut our box. We're gonna make a Y, go into these corners. Classic, right? Classic box. We're not worried about it at all. Ooh, I got really close there. I'm gonna trim this down to a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And this one too. I've done these a lot differently, so I'm really glad I read how she does it. Did I go through that stitch? I didn't, but I can go actually to the corner. So you want to get into that corner. Look at it from both sides. Is this it right here? It is. There's like a little bit of the yarn dye that was kind of confusing me. All right, so now we're going to flip it all to the right side. Okay, and then we're going to press the seam. I did, Nancy. I did. I haven't played around with it yet. I know we need to do that. I planned on doing it for my 3-year anniversary stream, and then I just never did. I got caught up in other things, you know. I really need to, though. So yeah, I'm just pressing this seam allowance towards the placket. And look, it's already looking like a placket. You see that? Because it isn't a hard thing to sew, really. If you just break it down by each little step, just like a zipper fly. It's just a few straight stitches. And if you just set it up properly, it's really not going to be too bad. I will say some zipper flies are not designed well by the pattern company to sew. All right, so now we have this, and I'm just making sure that this folding here is actually going to cover that stitching, and it is, but I just noticed this iron could be a little better right here. I'm not regretting the interfacing, that's for sure. Ooh, nice, Carrie. I haven't had mead in a while. There's a mead maker in Humboldt County. All right. So now I'm going to stitch on this side. So remember, this is sewn as if it's for men. So this is the under placket. I'm looking at the right side of the garment. This side on my left is the under placket, and this is the top placket. If you're doing this for a woman, you can do this in reverse order so that you're making it button right over left instead. But we're going to make this button left over right, just so you guys think about that. All right, so we're going to top stitch this down. And we just want a nice even, you know, 1-inch wide placket, and we want to cover up the stitching. This fabric in particular covers up my stitching really well, so I could get away with it peeking out. I would never do that, but you know, if it happens, it's not so bad. Some fabrics that are solids are going to be less forgiving. The interfacing makes it a little thicker too. All right, so we're going to stop where we stopped to the bottom of our placket. I love how I'm doing this as a tutorial, even though it's my practice one. I should probably just focus on practicing. All right, so now we have that stitched down. This is all loose, okay? And now we're going to stitch this side down. And there's something... I was wondering... Oh, I know what it is. Okay. Yeah. I don't have to worry about that. I'll tell you in a second. Okay. You don't want any of this to torque either, so make sure you're not pulling along this edge. Mine's very stable. It barely stretches now because of the interfacing, and there's less vertical stretch, so that kind of stabilizes it as well, which is really nice. So make sure this little corner over here gets completely in there, because this is the top, and it will show. And we're going to stop, like I said, right there. Now, personally, I think if I were, on mine, I'm going to actually position all this so that we're going to push this little corner down. That's fine. I would probably do all this at the same time. Oh, look at that. It does look crooked. Good to know. Well, that's fine. Okay, what I wanted to say is, see, look at all this extra right here. I'm not a big fan of that. This is like I said, this is the easy way to sew the placket as the pattern wise. There's better placket designs out there, but I think a lot of pattern companies think they're kind of hard to sew, but they produce a better result. So, oh, that's cool, Carrie. So, what I wanted to say is, if you don't like struggling with buttonholes, or maybe your machine is kind of tight as far as positioning goes, now would be a good time to put in your buttonholes on this left placket, left as if you're wearing it. All right. So I just wanted to say that. So, but look at all this fabric here. I sort of wish it wasn't like there wasn't that much. That's a lot. That's so much. Look at that, how thick that is. Can I get rid of some of it? I'm going to experiment. I'm going to cut away on this one here. Can I do that? I want to. Because this is the last step, is you fold all this under like this, and you stitch a box around, and you're done. That's it. That's all it is. But look at how thick that is. Hi, Robin. How's it going? So there's the argument about the interfacing. So maybe if the interfacing stopped 1.5 inches from the bottom, there's my tip. All right, so if I trim this, see, here's the thing. This is wrapping around this, but I could get rid of all of this here, right? I can get rid of, all I need is this edge here and this edge here. Could I? I want to get rid of all that. Okay, I'm gonna do an experiment. Don't follow me quite yet. I'm gonna do an experiment. Okay, so I just cut off the bottom of the left placket. And now I'm going to cut off this too. I'm just kind of whacking it just to see. Yeah, that's so much less bulk. And then turn this up. I think one thing that is helpful is if you pretend like your placket is buttoned to keep it straight. Ooh, that's so thick. I know kind of off the top of my head what this pattern piece would usually look like. That's why I'm kind of like, okay, maybe I can just kind of do it after the fact, you know? Yeah, I think that that could work. Let's see. All right, so let's do this too. Yeah, I'm just playing around with things, sorry. Just trying out different things. Because this, I don't like this right here. And it's there no matter what I do. Okay. And if this was all positioned when you go to sew this edge the first time, you could do this in one continuous stitch when you wouldn't have a back stitch right here. It would look nicer too because of that. See that? It's just too thick. Yeah, okay. Where's that bottom at? We'll just go up a little bit more to make sure. Wait, where's the bottom at? Right there. Right there, okay. One stitch, please, give me one stitch. I'm gonna go back over this just because I'm doing the quick and dirty, and then we'll do our other side of our X. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I don't think so, Suzanne. Pretty sure you... Do you? Oh, yeah. So they want you to tidy up. Oh, yeah, you're right. 1/2 inch away. But it's kind of loose. It says, be careful not to trim too many of the layers. Examine the placket thoroughly from both sides of the garment until you understand how to fold before you finish trimming the layers. Okay, good. Cool. All right. We didn't do anything fancy then. But as you can see, kind of it's listing off to the right. But not bad. It's kind of thick. Yeah, right, Libby? Exactly. So maybe I really like the stability of the interfacing. I mean, I am trimming that off. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to do anything different. Okay. I think I would probably do a couple more to get this perfect. It's not bad, and once that you have the buttons and buttonholes on too, it'll look pretty good. It's fine. I don't know why. It looks kind of clunky. It looks pretty good on the inside, except it looks crooked on the inside. I still have some of my threads back here too. I was doing that kind of quick and dirty thing too, so I wasn't making sure. But, you know, I think we'd be pretty happy with that. All right. Let's do it. I'm not nervous at all. This is the front. And we have it printed on the wrong side. Let's do this. We got this. I would probably practice though a little bit more. It didn't look ironed in the perfect center. Let's see, is this end better? This end is better. All right, we're gonna do that. All right, so let's line that up along that center fold. All right, there's no back C's on this. Okay. I don't know about you guys, but also when I practice a lot, I end up getting worse and worse and worse if I do too many. I think it's just a mental thing where I'm just like, I got this, you know? Yeah, exactly. The pattern does distract from the clunk. I like it. I like it. And you know, I'm the one who made it so bulky by interfacing it, but the stability on this kind of fabric is kind of important. There's our 1.5 inch line up from the bottom of the raw edge. All right, so let's just reiterate what we have here. So this is right side to wrong side of the front. So this is we're looking at the wrong side of the front. I know it's really hard for you guys to tell with the fabric print. It's in focus, right? It is gonna do something weird with my cameras though. And then we flip it to the right side, right? So now we're gonna stitch along this box here. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So when I've drafted these, usually this placket it's like 7/8 of an inch finish, and this one's 1 inch. Hi, DMAC. Thanks. Cricket picked it out today. I was like, that's good. I don't think I'd ever wear that shirt again, so thanks for making me wear it. She goes, I think it looks good with the I'm wearing my like marigold colored jeans. Okay. I'm gonna be a little more precious about my corners here. All right, now we're going to trim our box and put the Y clip in there. I'm just going to trim it down to the 1/4 inch seam right now. I feel like it's a little easier when it's like stabilized with this seam. All right. And then clip into the corners. And I think I'm going to do this from this side so I can see better. If you don't trim these very well, your placket can be asymmetrical, like mine was a little bit. I think it's because I couldn't see this one corner over here. That looks pretty good. All right, now we're going to iron. It was destined, exactly. How are you feeling today, DMAC? Are you feeling better? I started Red Dead Redemption, DMAC, because of you. You were the push. Giles was happy. When you're setting in sleeves, oh, Did the sewing fairy warn you ahead of time, Elizabeth, and you just didn't heed her warning? Is that what happened, really? I'm just kidding. I'm on your side, not her side. Okay. All right, so I flipped it to the right side of the shirt, right? Okay. And I just pressed the seam allowances towards the placket. And now I'm just going to make sure that this is all, you know, still looking good. All right, Terry. Get something tasty. The family's wanting pizza, I think, is what I'm hearing. He probably wasn't paying attention. I was just teasing you. This, Elizabeth, this is what I'm hearing is that every time you do your sleeves, you might want to check your bobbin before you start. But will you? Because I know I wouldn't, you know. See, so here is a really good example of like this placket. You've seen it was 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch, right? But look at that. It does really fall short there, and that means this one is 2. You see that? This is just a little too wide. That's what I think right here. Huh. Oh, good. I'm glad you're feeling better. Well, so I'm just in that like first part where they're in the snowstorm. Giles assured me, he goes, oh, everybody doesn't like that part. I'm like, okay, good, because I'm like, it's okay. You know, I know better than to give up on a game just because I don't like the first half hour or I'm undecided. Yeah, this is kind of a problem. See how wide that is? But we're stuck now. We're stuck now. Okay, so now we're gonna stitch the under placket. So if you're doing a women's version, you're gonna stitch this one. If you're doing the men's, you're gonna stitch this one. I'm gonna try and move that over just a tad. Okay, there's a little too much on the old sewing machine here. Oh, you know what I forgot too is that I'm winding a bobbin to match. I am playing the story, exactly, Carrie. Yeah, I did notice that I think the like online is available already, which kind of surprised me. I thought I'd have to play the story through first. So I'm just hiding that first seam because we're on the right side. It's, you know, great. We're going to stop at the bottom of the box. Actually, I can kind of feel it go wonk. All right, so there's that one. And now I am thinking that I kind of want to sew this whole thing at once. So I'm going to tidy this up now. Now I just need this edge and this edge, right? So I can get rid of everything else, right? Are there, Carrie? Yeah, it did feel, oh, really, Walter? Can they really? Did you, Lady Ace? That's awesome. Yeah, you know, people know that I really like good stories. And everyone's just like, you gotta play this, you're gonna love it. And I do love the fact that it's in the West, you know, and everything, but I kind of have this thing about cowboy culture, you know. That's true, Gary. See, Walter. And isn't one of the, like, trophies for the platinum in, like, God of War a little risque? I know some of the old ones. All right, so, yeah, okay. See, so I just need this edge and this edge to stay nice we can trim all this other hoo-ha. So we're just gonna go for it. All right, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pin this shut as if it's buttoned so that I can make sure I stay straight across. You know what I mean? Like this. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Violet, exactly. Yeah, I saw that because I sometimes like watching gaming channels that are all about platinum runs. And I'm not a trophy hound like some folks. And I find it really interesting, like seeing what some platinums are. When I saw that one, I was like, oh, okay, wow. Yeah, I guess movies are, you know, have nothing on video games. Are there outfits and boots, Nancy? That's so funny. Oh, you can't carry? Oh, yeah. That's funny. Okay. So here's that little bit of my placket. Remember I trimmed the bottom on the inside? So I'm going to just kind of line up this stuff I'm trimming under here to that. This is kind of awkward. I kind of just wish the pattern pieces were shaped for this. So let's do it this way. Let's, because this feels kind of risque to do this on your shirt. You know what I mean, jelly beans? And we kind of need this to be somewhat straight as well so we don't get off later. You might as well, because if you don't focus on it being straight, you might miss something else, even if it doesn't matter as much. All right, so we're not trimming this edge or this edge, just all of this here. All right, I just had to pep talk myself. I'm hemming and hawing right now. Aren't you glad you don't have to do this live on camera? We need this and this. I gotta keep telling myself that. Yeah, that's okay. Oi. Yeah, this is what the pattern piece looks like. It looks like this. I just remembered. So, yeah, this is, see, so this would be all gone. And the pattern piece would look like this. A little turn back like that. Okay. Exactly, Gary. You stick to Animal Crossing. Exactly. Man, I got into a thing of loving watching Animal Crossing tweets from people I didn't even know. Like when they would get attacked by spiders and stuff. It was just cracked me up. See, the box is too wide though. See, it wants to do that. You see that? But this is, all this bulk is great. So this is what it looks like now. I'll show you. Just make sure your box at the bottom is no wider than your placket. You would have thought that mine was, right? And maybe it's stretched out a little for my stitching, but this is what this trimming looks like. So I trimmed all of this off to line up with this edge here. And then same with this placket on this side to like that. So there's 1/4 of an inch past this fold here. This is what it looks like. See, this is what the pattern piece could look like. So this fold line, so you have this whole thing, and then this goes 1/4 of an inch past that fold there. And then you've gotten rid of all that bulk. You know what I want to do? I want to go back to this right here, and I want to draw it up. I want to like pull it like a gathering stitch. Things you can do that no one knows that you're cheating on. All right, let's just commit here. pull all this to the front or the outside. I'm doing this so that I'm stitching this all at one time. Just looking at the camera, make sure it looks straight, right? That way. We're gonna pin it shut. I'm gonna fold it under. And then I meet this raw edge to those raw edges. This is kind of like the placket for the shirt, you know, the Fairfield shirt. It's definitely less bulky. Maybe I could have left some of it, but YOLO. All right, here we go. Let's do it. All right, so I don't really want to stitch that other side, so maybe I do want this open. Dang it, I want that shut, to be honest. I'm just gonna remove the stitch as I get down there. I really don't want this to get off, you know? Okay, let's do it. Yeah, see? I kind of have to pull that away. I don't want to, though. Can I do this, arrange this now? I don't want to backstitch here. Sorry, I'm being a baby about it, but you just got to do it, I guess. Okay, fine, fine. I'm always trying to figure out ways to just get around certain things I don't like. It's just me. Any ideas for frozen rolls that won't rise? Frozen rolls that won't rise. What do you mean? You mean like a roll recipe where you don't have to use yeast? Is that what you mean? Kind of looking at like, okay, did I fold it straight, or is the yarn dye a little, does it not cut straight? I'm trying to decide, do I fold it along the yarn dye so it looks straighter than it might be? And then that little, because my placket is a little wide down there, I'm just tucking this in like that, tucking in that little edge there. And then this is my 1.5 inch mark. Okay, that's fine. All right, so we want to tuck this in here. So right here, you see this is my under placket. See, there's the little raw edge. Can you see that little guy right there? So it's meeting the folded up edge of the placket. And so now I'm taking that little corner, I'm kind of poking it in there. So make sure it's not showing on the right side. The awl is so great for that. And then we're going to stitch back up. And we're going up to that 1.5 inch line, which is right here. I think it's right here. Yeah, right here. Okay. And then we're going to go straight across. So this is kind of, in some ways where you can kind of correct any little funkiness that happened by kind of tricking the eye, like, okay, I didn't cut my placket perfectly straight, so maybe I'll make this side a little bit longer, and it's like a little mind trick, you know, or stretch it here just a tiny bit. think I have a little bit of a, it's not a pucker, it's a little stretched out section right here. That is pretty disappointing. All right, let's see, there we go. Let's get rid of these back stitch threads here. Oh, I didn't have that quite straightened out there. That'll be okay. Maybe I can fix that a little bit. Oh, it's my ex that did that. Well, that's annoying. I'll probably look at that later when I'm less heated about this, you know. But that looks pretty good, except for this. See that little thing right there? Let's move on. I'm just bummed that this one turned out so much better, and it was my practice. I like the bottom of this better. This looks, see like how boardy this looks? This one doesn't look so boardy. I think they're so old, they aren't rising, but I just, oh, I see what you're saying, Carrie. Yeah, maybe mini pizzas. Okay. Let's just sew this thing together now. All right, so we're gonna do the shoulders, and this is this clear elastic can be used as a stabilizer. I'm gonna share a secret. I never use this stuff. It's a good idea, especially for some knits that just kind of like lack a lot of stability, like those like bamboo knits that are pretty whooshy. I don't know. Do you ever find that your shirts stretch out there? I mean, if they do, I also don't hang things like this on hangers. Maybe that's part of it. I don't know. But it's very easy to use. You know, you're just going to put a little piece on the shoulder and then serge it in as you go. So it's not anything hard to do. And it's very clear. You won't see it. It won't. Your skin won't feel it. It's totally fine. All right, so I'm gonna cut a couple pieces. I'm just gonna leave it actually. So let's set up the serger. I just need to move it over, honestly. Well, let's iron this a little bit. See if we can kind of make Sarami feel a little better about this placket. See that? You know what I think I can do right here? I think I could take these stitches out and tuck that in there. Yeah, that's what I think what I'll try. I think that would work. Okay. It's a little bright, huh, guys? Okay, so now this is going to go together pretty quick. That's as far as I can zoom it. It's less bright when you have fabric there. All right, cool. Oh my God, that sounds so good, Margit. Oh my God, that sounds like exactly the kind of thing I would love. All right, so I don't think I knew this, but is this the, yeah, right side, okay. She suggests putting this stabilizer for the shoulders on the back shoulders. So as you're sewing it. So you're looking at the inside of my garment, and this is the back facing top. So this right here is the back on top. I'm lining up my shoulders, and we're gonna sew, and we're gonna just put this stabilizer. You don't stretch it or anything. you just sew it in there. And some sergers have like a tape foot. Mine might, I don't know. It's clear so I can't see if it's there. And then you just sew it in. Oh, this is why we don't usually put it far away, because I can't reach the foot pedal. That's right. Jeremy likes to not be a circus act, and you guys don't either, so it's great. You finally told me, move it. So you just serge it in there. It's pushing away from my foot though. And I think that's very typical. So try and mind it. See, so it's in there. And see if you can see it. There it is. And then just cut that off. I did kind of a messy job of that. And now we'll do our other shoulder. Same thing. I'm not sure what the logic is of putting it on the back, because honestly, I would have done the opposite, because I press my seams towards the back, and I feel like this will make it harder to press towards the back. I'm thinking that the logic behind it is comfort. Because if you press it towards the back, the seam, it'll be tucked under the seam like this. So there you go. You do like the, oh my gosh, sounds like arugula, yeah. You do like the circus act sewing drama, don't you? All right. I kind of want to see if she suggests, hi Marilyn, welcome. How's it going? I'm curious if she cover stitches the shoulders. Darn, she doesn't. Oh yeah, she does give you a tip if you're not using some sort of stabilizer like that. You could just put like a little narrow piece of fusible interfacing. Good tip. All right, now we're gonna do the collar, which she calls binding. And remember, I curved the round center, around at the center front, right there. So you're gonna put this wrong sides together. I'm gonna fold this long sides together, and I'm gonna pin it, but I'm gonna pin it on the fold so that it doesn't shift like this. I'm just gonna pin it along the fold. I haven't sewn one of these in a really long time. So we're going to give ourselves a little helping hand here. This won't come anywhere near my serger. I'm not worried about it. Do this side. You don't want any shifting of your two collars. I'm so into the fusible tricot, but I don't really think you should do that. Hey April, how's it going? Happy Saturday. All right. So I think the trick when you're sewing these kinds of things, because see, look, this is the seam that you're going to set onto the collar, right? So this is what you're looking at. So we're going to be sewing this right sides together like this. That's kind of tricky because you see you have this curve here. Now, like she had you do in the instructions, she just said to do just a straight angle, and you can totally do that. I'm going to get rid of that little bump there. I find that that makes the point too narrow, but it might be easier to sew. So you end up with a huge, oh, interesting. Yeah, you might check that the pressure on your presser foot, Nancy, isn't stretching out your fabric, or that your differential isn't accidentally on. Because the differential is the knob on your machine that will gather fabric up. It's great on kids' clothes because kids' clothes don't usually, it's just the ratio in adults doesn't really ever work. And kids' fabrics are usually really lightweight. So I never, the differentials never really worked for anything I sew unless I'm using like sheer fabric, and then it'll gather up really nice. But the differential goes the other direction too, where it stretches out fabric as it's sewing it on. And you might make sure that's not on, because I've had that clicked on by accident, because on my old machine, it was like a lever, and I would bonk it when I would go to turn my hand wheel. So just make sure you don't have those engaged if you don't need it. It can do the opposite. You can have it going the other way too, where you're all of a sudden like, God, my machine's going so fast. And it's because there are differentials on. So I think I'm going to pre-sew this with my sewing machine here. It doesn't have to stretch right here, so it's not a big deal. So I'm just going to kind of give myself a little helping hand. And I should check what the seam allowance is. I didn't even check on the shoulders. I assumed they were 3/8. Oops. Seam allowance are 5/8 unless otherwise noted. Maybe we'll be going back to the serger now, because now my neckline just got a 1/2 inch bigger. It just got 1 inch bigger. We should probably fix that. It's too bad that I put that stabilizer in there, eh? Where am I at? Here we go. Yeah. Okay, so I'm definitely not going to use 5/8 inch seam. I'm going to use 3/8. That's just me though. All right, let me fix my shoulder seams. Hi, Louise. I haven't seen you in a while. How's it going? All right, we're going to do the unthinkable, and we're going to just serge right over this. The elastic is a little wide anyway, so yeah. Seam 5/8 inch seam allowance. It's so funny because I assumed that it was 3/8 because never assume, boys and girls, right? Because on the Fairfield button-up, she changes seam allowances between the seams to reflect where she's sewing, and I've always loved the fact that her collar and collar stand don't have 5/8 inch. They have 3/8 or 1/4 inch. I'm sorry to hear that, Louise. But you know what? No worries. Like, please don't ever feel pressure. But if you just want to be sewing adjacent and hang out with us, please do. I'm going to trim off 1/4 inch of this neckline. I don't like doing necklines with anything more than 1/4 to 3/8 inch, depending on what the fabric is. It's also easier and more accurate. I talk about this in that collar stand video, and I'm really glad, like, a couple people have actually written, you know what, that made the difference. And it really can, because when you're doing these really tight little spaces and curves, it's kind of hard to keep your pattern lined up on a curve when the seam allowance is really wide. And so when the seam allowance is narrower, you can be more accurate. I would normally do this with a rotary knife and a ruler on my big table though. So, okay, now I'm getting back here though. Let's make sure that our placket lines up. I think that needs to be trimmed a little more. And then we'll sew the collar on. So I also want to point out that if you're kind of getting frustrated with something like a placket like this, just want to point out that because there's no seam along this folded edge, that folded edge is nice and relaxed, and so it might be a little longer than the edges that have a seam, which are a little bit more constricted by your stitches. So it's not you. It's definitely just one of the weird things. And you know, you can kind of combat that by like pulling on this more constricted side, you know, loosening it up a little bit, and then just making sure you manage this to not get too wingy. It's a technical term, you know, because of that. All right, yeah, so I just want to trim this a little bit right here. It's kind of hard to trim. So I'm going to use these little guys. Oof. Okay. Not the nicest trim, but okay. Now we can put this collar on, and like I said, I'm going to kind of pre-sew it a little bit. Let's put it at the junctures like this. We're going to put it at its landmarks. So I'm just going to pin it at the center back. Wow, this is really stretched. Makes me a little nervous. So I'm just pinning it center back, shoulders, and then the center front. And it's like I'm basting it, you know? I'm just not gonna remove the threads. Because see, doing that little curve right there to that straight edge, but see, this is what it'll look like, you know? So you might end up trimming a little bit of that off. All right. And just remember, it's pinned wrong sides, the collar's wrong sides together, and then you're gonna pin this right sides together. I'm going to put this at a right angle like that just to get started. And I'm going to serge this, so just so you know, but you don't have to. You can sew this with a straight stitch or maybe a stretch stitch and then zigzag the edges. So now look, I'm going to stretch this like this, right? And then we're going to evenly distribute this neckband between the shoulder and the center front. And like I say, I always stress this, stretch this. Don't stretch this, just stretch your neckband. You can stretch this if it's like, say you're doing like a crew neck shirt and it's going to get a lot of like stretch to go on and off the head. And maybe you're a little nervous because you're using a single needle machine, a straight stitch, not a stretch stitch. Maybe then you stretch it a little bit, because then once it's been stretched, and it goes, snaps back, when it's stretching over the head, it has a place to go because you've stretched it. Can I stay stitch or base the placket? I don't need to. Are you talking about right now, Walter? Or are you watching me sew the placket? Are you in the past or the current? All right, so like I always say, stretch this so that it's kind of meeting, right? Like that. You've got that. It's gonna kind of be about the right length. It's not lined up perfectly, but that's okay. And then sew. Don't start sewing and then stretch, because you might bend your needle or break it. And that's just not good. All right, so evenly do that. This is pretty easy. It looks hard because of that curve, but once you have it all stretched out, it's not bad at all. Your machine might not be playing nice. Sometimes mine won't either, where it likes to slide this top layer of knit. And I don't want it to do that, right? I want it to stay right on top of itself and not shift. If you have the little pressure foot regulator right here, you can lighten the pressure. You're behind. Okay. Okay, cool. Just making sure. How are you behind and you heard me then? So like I said, I'm stretching this. Can you see that there's some slack right there? And that's not slack, so then I stretch it so there's no slack. Get to that point, let go, pull out the pin, and then do the next little section. And I just do each little section so that's a nice manageable amount. You can do this in your serger. I got kind of good at knits at one point, and you know, I would be able to like do this the first time in my serger. This little like curve though, sometimes what I would do is I would just baste up to here, you know, just that little section, and then I'd bring it to my serger. I wouldn't do the whole neckline because I didn't want the factory to see that, because I should clarify, and it's because I would make the pattern for a client and then I would give them a prototype that looked factory made. It didn't matter that it wasn't made in a factory. The factory didn't care about that. They just needed to know exactly how it was going to be sewn, like exactly, like very, very much like which stitch, because if they saw my basting stitch, they would be like, oh, we based this first. And then they would do that, and they would also charge the client when they don't need to do that. They can figure it out and they'll get really good at it, and they don't need that crutch, you know? All right, so now this end will be a little bit trickier. And if it's too hard, what I could do is stop right now like this, go flip it over, and then start again from this side so that I'm not trying to fit this in and like hold this little tiny bit. It's kind of tricky. You did, Walter, wow. It's like you're Doctor Who or something. Okay, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to pull this down. This is the neckband. I'm going to pull it down like this. That's right angles. Start it off and then baste it the rest of the way. You might even find that doing this kind of basting or sewing, that see how I have the shirt on top now and the collar's underneath, it's actually a little easier in some ways. It just depends. Sometimes it's easier, sometimes it's not. I noticed that my little shoulder seam here got pushed back, so I'm going to take that out so that I can put my shoulder seam flat. Like that. There we go. It's because I backstitched right on top of it. All right. Let's check it over. Since we're doing this little crutch of a stitch, let's just check it out. We can get rid of all these pins now too that I just used on the fold. All right, so then okay, that looks pretty good. And see how this seam allowance is pressing up? Well, it's not going to forever. We're going to push it down and top stitch it down at the very end. That's why it's okay to do a lot of this little pre-stitching and stuff like that, because you're pretty much gonna top stitch it anyway, and so it's not gonna be the stretchiest neckline. You wouldn't want to put it through its strongest amount of stretch possible. It would probably pop, but you don't need to because you have a button collar, right? And you don't have to do all this on the crew neck version. All right, so now we're gonna serge it. We're happy with where it's at. We got rid of all of our pins. And we're going to overlock it. And we're also going to turn it inside out. Okay. I want to be able to see my collar. I've only watched one season of Doctor Who. I really want that show to work for me. It just doesn't. I watched the one with David Tennant, and I really liked it, but it took me a bit to figure it out. All right, so same thing. You want to stretch this a little bit, again, even though we've already sewn it. And do it at the real seam allowance, too. And see how this is like folding this way. Fan that out. Make sure you don't want to accidentally get like a little tuck in it, even though you didn't when you sewed it on. Just because the fabric was kind of like, wah. I don't like being stretched out like this. you know? You're the boss. All right. Now when you get up to here, don't let this creep under. It wants to. Pretend like it's a nice straight line. You can stretch this. It's fine because if you're using your serger, it's going to go back. All right. I'm going to leave myself a little tail because I'm going to tuck it in here because I already don't like that, you know. I'm going to tuck it in here, fold it down like that and hide it. And we're going to top stitch it in. Okay. Okay. How's your collar look? All right, so now we're going to press the seam allowance down towards the body. And I'm going to take this little tail, and you know, I'm going to also be nice to myself, and I'm going to pre-sew it. And so this is the shirt side of the seam here. See that? There's the neck band, and here's the shirt. I'm going to tuck this in like this. I'm going to make it really tight and stitch it into the seam allowance here. You don't have to do this. It does make it a lot easier to manage right here, this end. Because I think that that is the part that really makes it look nice or not. There's a lot more taming of knits and seams and finishes in ready to wear than I think a lot of people notice or realize. And when you start looking at like the underwear side seams and the side seams of a hoodie, cuffs, you'll notice that they top stitch a lot down, and you wouldn't think they would do that. And it's just to tame it and make it less bulky, more secure. Knits are kind of fragile, so so that it looks nicer. All right, so we're doing the same thing on this one. I'm really pulling it because look at this little point I have here. I'm gonna really pull this over. I really kind of wish it would grab more of it, but it doesn't. So we're just worried about the seam allowance right now, though. We'll tame that point in a second. And then I just trim that off right there. And it's going to be in this seam allowance down there, right? And we're also going to push this in there. Better stay. All right. Oh, yeah. It makes, you don't have to have a surgery, but it does help. Yeah, you think so, Louise? I think so, too. Okay, so my shirt is still inside out because I don't have a free arm on my machine. And now we're going to press this seam allowance down. I'm really glad that this side, the point, is a little more managed by these serger threads, which is kind of nice. We're going to push that down. And we want that point to stay behind the placket. So make sure it is. And I like this to be pretty like tight. Like I kind of pull apart everything to make it really nice and flat and smooth. And then sew around. Make sure you have a ballpoint needle, most likely. If you don't, it's not the end of the world, but you might find some needles, if they're not new, especially if they are, if they nick the fiber of the knit, you'll get a little hole eventually over time. So see, like I'm pushing this and spreading it apart as far as it can go almost, you know, smoothing it out. I'm not stretching the neck. I'm just smoothing it all out. That's enough stretching. It's got a placket. It doesn't need to stretch to open. Kind of calms down some of the ruffling a little bit, but you're probably going to still have a little. If you look at store-bought Henleys, they do that. They kind of do. You ever notice that? And I have a feeling it's because the rib that they use to the waffle shrinks a little bit differently and reacts a little differently. And even if it's been garment dyed, which would take out the shrinkage, it doesn't take it all out. And so the rib shrinks quite drastically from any other fabric, and so does like a lycra legging. So, all right, so now I'm back at this beginning here, and this is the one that I'm kind of having trouble tidying, right? So we're really going to like yank that little point under and pull this down, because look at my serger threads, they're a little bit slack right there. So let's pull that all in there, get to the end here. I really don't like that serger thread being loose, so I'm going to just pull it on the inside of the seam. All right. And make sure you're not over rotating that seam there either. It's quite a bit of a juncture. All right, and then clip your threads. I know it goes without saying in some ways, but it really makes a big difference before you inspect. All right, and now let's see how it turned out. All right, looks pretty good. No ironing yet or anything. Here's the thread. This is the one I was looking for. There we go. So there we go. Looks pretty good. Did you, Nancy? What did you find? Okay, so now we just have our sleeves and cuffs left, and our buttons and buttonholes. So I like to set my sleeves on, and that's what I'm gonna do. Sorry, I'm not sorry at all. So that means right now I'm gonna sew my, we're pretty much gonna finish up over here. So make sure everything looks okay. So we're going to sew our side seams on the shirt. Oh, nice, Sydney. That's one thing I'm not very good at. My daughter can take good naps too. Oof, it's getting rolly. We don't like rolly. Starch it if you really can't handle it. Okay, 5/8 inch seams too. Oi. Not a fan. Let my serger flatten the bottom one out, and then I just go manage the top. You know, I would have put my blue thread on this machine had I realized I wasn't going to cover stitch that much. You know? So here's one of my tips, and this is always kind of a weird, obscure tip, but when you're overlocking side seams, especially something like that, if you like the top side of your serger stitch better, serge with your front facing up. And then when you go to put on your sleeves, it'll be really easy when you're inside the sleeve armhole to know which is the front, and you'll know which direction to push your seam allowance. It's kind of a weird tip. And I think I did this because one of the places I worked, they were, you know, we did that, right? We pressed our seam allowances one direction. And I was so tired of figuring out how to, like checking my garment, like, is that the front or is that the back? You know, and then if I just searched it like this right now, then I would be able to tell when I'm in the armhole. And I'll show you what I mean when we get to the sleeve. Thanks, April. The Eddie Bauer one, you saw lots of flaws? Yeah, I'm sure. You know, I went out into the real world yesterday, you guys. Me and my daughter went shopping together as part of her like birthday thing, and she didn't end up getting as much stuff as she probably wanted, but we went to Target and Kohl's. Like, we went to like regular old box stores. What was the other? We went somewhere else. Oh, we went to the mall, which I haven't been to in like 2 years. When I was at Target though, I did not do the same seam allowance on this side. They had tops there, and I mean clothes there that were identical to actual sewing patterns. I was kind of shocked. Identical, you guys, like identical. I was like, oh, Okay, I guess that's a thing now. We're ripping off the sewing industry. I don't know. But it also made me feel like my clothes were super generic because I kept seeing them on the shelves there. Okay, so same thing. Like if this is my back sleeve, we're going to sew the seam allowance. We don't have to do it on the underarm. It's not as critical. Honestly, it's really not as critical on a sleeve. It's really just nice when you do it on shoulder seams and when you do it on side seams. So. Oh, that's great, Sydney. I'm sorry you're having sleep problems, though. I had so many sleep problems after I had my daughter for like 8 years, and I finally got on top of it and fixed it. But it was almost like a part-time job. You know, like I had to actually manage it. I'm not doing the correct seam allowance again. Dang it. I'm so used to 3/8 on knits. Okay, we're just doing our sleeve underarms and our side seams on our garment right now. And then I'm going to sew the sleeve in. And then we have the cuff and the hem, and we're done. Except for buttons and buttonholes. Which I'm going to do the buttonholes with you. Hi, Derek. Very chilly. Oh, congratulations getting your booster. What patterns did I see? I don't know the name of this one, but it was a wrap dress. A very loose wrap dress with a big billowy sleeve with elastic at the hems and a gathered skirt. I swear that's like a Sew House 7 maybe, or Deer and Doe? No, not Deer and Doe. And then, what was the other one I saw? The other one I was like, I own that. Like, it was exactly. It wasn't the Charlie. Shoot. We saw so many things. I was a little overstimulated. Dang it, look at that. I'm a little, definitely not my finest serging there. Yeah, I think my husband's getting his today too. All right, so we're going to put the sleeve right side out. This is the back sleeve. It has 2 notches. So let's look for the back of the garment. Here it is. We're going to stick the sleeve in there. And see if I had like maybe pinned both sleeves and I was like, didn't know which one was which or whatever. I can tell that if this is my right side of my serging, that this is the front and that's the back, and it's going to press that way. Now, you guys know I always offset my seams on the underarm. So I'm going to press my sleeve seam towards the front and my body of the garment towards the back. Okay. I'm just going to check out this armhole and sleeve. Let's see. How hard is it going to be? So it shouldn't be. It's knit. There shouldn't be any ease. Never know, though. Stop being fussy. There is quite a cap on this, though. Look at that. All right. Henleys are kind of fitted that way, though. And I think that this is a pretty slim fitting shirt. Oh, I didn't know what that noise was. It was the foot pedal. All right, 5/8 inch seam, Jeremy. Come on. You know what also I have to remember is that other people are going to see this in person because it's not mine and it's going to hang in the store. So same thing like the shoulder here, right? If I didn't have a neckline, a treatment here telling me which way this shoulder seam was pressed, and I knew if I had serged it with this on the front, I would know to press it towards the back. All right, so where's the cap? There it is right there. All right. All right, so then we're going to get this nice and flat. Okay. Didn't those Zen pants look amazing on Cricket? She loved them. She was actually really thrilled with them, like sincerely. I'm gonna have to make more for her. She couldn't use those for work though, unfortunately. I didn't realize she has to use, she has to wear black or khaki. I'm gonna leave that little tail and then we'll stitch it down in a minute. But I'm so stoked. And you know what I think I might do is now I have a good idea of what fits her. I'm gonna draft her a block, kind of, you know? Just a quick and dirty one, just so I have some things I always hit when I sew for her. All right, so push the sleeve that way and the body that way. Yeah, I was so relieved when she tried them on. She didn't take them off once I hemmed them. Like she just wore them for 2 days. I was like, yay! What a relief. She's so hard to fit. She has so much trouble finding clothes that fit her. All right, there's my cap notch. I have to tell you, I don't know where those other notches on the sleeve and the armhole fit. So they probably just go to each other because I think there's some on the armhole and on the sleeve. So I just only did the top of the cap. And then I put it to the shoulder seam because that better be where it goes. I'm trying to keep, it's rolling up on me. So starch if you need to, you know. This goes towards me, okay. Okay. All right, we're going to do the cuffs. So you're going to sew it in a tube. So put those two short ends right sides together. Boy, the rolling. If you really hate rolling, there was a period of time where I just couldn't handle it. It just really was just too much for me. Try and always stick to double knits. This is a single knit, and that's why it rolls. There's nothing wrong with that. It just means, you know, that it's fiddly AF. You know. You can starch it too. But don't wait till you're 50 years old to buy your first starch. All right, now you're gonna fold them wrong sides together. So now you see this little seam right here? This little seam can get quite bulky. So sometimes I will twist it like this. That doesn't always work. Sometimes you can tell. So we're just gonna look. But it does reduce the bulk right here. And if you're one of the many who has a machine that really hates going over those thicknesses, yeah, you might want to. Where's the picture, Sydney? On Instagram and on Facebook. I'm pretty sure you saw it. Ultimate Kiddo Praise, exactly. Hi, Amy, how's it going? All right, so you can kind of feel it in there. I don't think that would be something very noticeable to somebody, so I'm going to leave it. But it is something to know. If you're using a thicker fabric, you might not want to twist that seam. But it will make this juncture a lot easier. Now the other thing you can do, and I'm not going to say I heartily recommend this, is you can clip it right there at the fold, but I would reinforce it. and then you can just, then when you go to twist it, it won't be as twisted at the fold there. You didn't hear that from me though. Oh, I'm not taking responsibility for that one. Oh, thanks guys. Okay, so I'm going to find the center of this cuff right here along the raw edge, like this. And we'll do the same on this one here. So here I am, I'm going to twist it again. Sometimes I will even pre-sew this right here, take it to my regular machine and just sew right across here, just to keep it tame, you know. If you're doing something like when I did that toaster sweater, I'm thinking of, because that fabric was very thick and totally worth it, but bulky, right? So maybe you're doing something that's kind of bulky when you're putting a cuff on something. When you stitch across it, you're kind of flattening it and making it less bulky. So, you know, sometimes you got to do that. Or maybe it's wiggly or slippery. All right, where's our sleeve? I know they're here. Okay, here we go. All right. We're going to put a little notch at the center of the bottom of our sleeve right there. And on this one. We're always trying to prevent the use of pins when we're sewing knits. Hear that, Nancy? If you're going to start getting into knits, I'm going to suggest you start off strong and not get used to using pins. If you want something to buy the Clover clips. I know you like gadgets. So that's my tip. All right, so we know my sleeve seam is going the other way than it should. That's okay. So we're gonna put this in here. So I put my sleeve wrong side out, and we're gonna put this cuff inside here. And so if you have notches and you pre-sew things, you can avoid using pins. Oh, that's awesome, Nancy. I don't think you need a cover stitch with the toaster. What's the bottom of the toaster sweater? Is it a waistband or is it hemmed? I don't own that. I had to give that one away too. I love that pattern though. I didn't think I'd really like the turtleneck-ishness of it, but I actually liked it. All right, where's my little notch? There it is. This doesn't need easing, but if you were doing a cuff that did, that would be helpful. Just having that kind of halfway point is just helpful. And see, my machine didn't struggle over that thickness. This new one doesn't, but my old one did. Or maybe, yeah, my old one started kind of getting finicky about thicknesses. Thicknesses meaning a change in a thickness. Not necessarily, it would sew thick. It didn't like going from thin to thick though. Make sure you have all three edges always lined up. Can't tell you how many times this middle one right here just kind of drops in there. And then you have a whole layer that's not sewn. All right, and so when you make your circle, remember you want to sew a little bit of here, but you don't want to cut this sewing with your blade. Can I just drop my blade mid-sewing? I'm going to trim that off. Let's see. Oh, I can. Oh my gosh. That just made me so freaking happy. Okay. All right, so I just don't want to twist my sleeve seam, so I'm just making sure I press it the same way as it did at the top of the armhole. And same thing, we're going to line up the seam to there. Get about 1,000 color Clover because you're ready. Oh, okay, okay. It does have hems then. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, if it doesn't have hems, you don't need your cover stitch. You can just use your serger. 2 needle, 1 looper. Cool. I don't know what that means. I mean, I know, but I think all of them have 2 needles. Oh, I guess mine will do a triple. I haven't even used it, though. The triple. All right. Oh, my knife, my knife. Oh, my gosh. It's kind of weird sewing without the knife because what happens is, ooh. Okay, I don't recommend doing that. But what happens is if you do a seam allowance wider, or like if you, how do I put this? If you're not trimming, what happens is you can end up sewing a wider seam that the threads are trying to stretch around. I'm not describing that very well. In other words, you guys stay close to the edge. I can't just wander off in the middle with the knife down because it will start fighting to wrap the edge because it has to wrap the threads around. It just gets wider and wider the distance away. All right, so I'm going to do that again. I'm going to trim that off, drop my knife, and keep sewing. Oh my gosh! All right, so the last thing I need to do is hem this and then secure all these little tails. That's it. All right, so we're gonna put my cover stitch machine over here. But first we're gonna iron the hem up. Especially if you're new to using a cover stitch, I highly recommend you just do this. So first you need to make sure these junctures of your side seam actually are smooth. Often I'll have one or two that's not. Like, see, look at that. See, there's a jog right there. So get rid of that because your cover stitch machine doesn't trim. So you need a smooth transition. If you have more that you need to trim off, maybe use your rotary knife so it's not so awkward and you can get kind of a nice smooth transition, you know. I don't know what this is, but let's get rid of it. All right, and so we're going to, the triple needle gives you the ability to do a narrow. Oh, I guess that's true. That's a good way to put it. You're absolutely right, actually. I can do narrow. I have mine set up for wide right now because I feel like that looks more normal on a lot of adult and menswear. All right, so I'm going to turn off my steam. I'm going to starch this baby. Why not? You know, one of the reasons I don't get this kind of stuff, like little tools, gadgets, gizmos and stuff, is because I feel like a lot of, especially when you're new to sewing, you don't have this like arsenal of junk yet, you know? And so it just feels like, you guys ever watched a video on learning how to do anything and they just keep pulling out gizmo after gadget after whatever? And you're just like, I don't have all that. I'm not about to run to the store and get it. I don't even know if this is going to come out that good. I don't want to spend a ton of money on this. And what if I don't like that gadget? What if they're just saying that because they sell that gadget? You know, you have like all these questions. So I don't try to use a lot of things like that because that's how I felt. You know, I want to fold this up. So that's one of the reasons I don't use a lot of things. You guys kind of shout at me for it too. You're like, you need to use a blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, they're kind of right, but I don't know one. All right, we're going to just fold this up an inch. So if you want to do the waistband, you're going to sew it just like I did the cuffs. No, I think, Nancy, that really narrow needle is good on children's stuff. The wide is too wide for a lot of children's stuff because a lot of children's stuff, the hems, they're probably only a 1/2 inch allowance. And so if you did a 1/4 inch cover stitch, it would feel very huge on there. And it looks a little out of proportion. So Yeah, I know, right, Terry? And I think because the longer I sew, the more gadgets and gizmos come out. I will say that if anyone wants to buy me that, whatever that thing was that Mr. Domestic had the other day, I want that thing. It's a needle puller. I don't know what it's called, where to get it. He didn't mention that. But it was like a little, he had like a ring on. No, it went on his thumb. And it had like, so say you know you're hand stitching something, he was closing a stuffed animal with yarn. And you know how when you push the needle through and you cannot grab it to pull it? He had this little thing where he would push a button and it would open this clamp to go around the needle, and he would let go of the button and would hold on to the needle, and then because it was like on a ring, he could pull. It was like magic. I applaud his enthusiasm for things, but he posts so freaking much that I tend to not look at everything. I know that's probably harsh, but boy. You love as seen on TV products. You know what's great about those is that I feel like it's like me going, we need a seam ripper with a flashlight and a vacuum on the end. That would be such an as seen on TV thing, right? It's so nichey, but someone real knows what they want and they want to see it. All right, so make sure, I'm not doing a good job of making sure I'm making this the same width all the way. So if you're new to a cover stitch, what I say is get your little ruler or chalk or whatever you like to fold up your hem. I never used to do this step, by the way. But now I am totally fine with doing it. Okay, I'm gonna bring my machine over there. And then I just used the cord from the serger here. So here is a little sample piece of fabric because all I've done is thread it. I changed my needles since I was having so much issues the other day too. So yeah, so Nancy, that's the why. It's really hard to see on this fabric probably. That's the 1/4 inch. All right. So our last step, except for securing all those tails. All right, so then I usually try and start on the back of the shirt and then approach the side seam. And I do that because I figure then at least it's on the back side. This is the, right? Yeah, okay. This is the back. Why is the side seam going that way? It is the back, right? Okay. Huh. I guess so. Okay. Do you, Derek? If there's a learning curve to use it? Oh. Gripper pins and a buttonhole cutter now from... Oh, you do? What are gripper pins? Oh, those little magic pins. I like those. Okay, so this is how I figured out. So you see, here's my cut edge, right? And so I'm going to line that up. I'm not going to sew right now. I'm going to line that cut edge up with my left needle. And this fold doesn't quite make it to my first line on my presser foot, my throat plate, unfortunately. So I just need to, if I wanted, you know, this is what this is here for. I usually use a little piece of tape, right? And so then I will just put a tape. There is some sort of gadget for this, by the way, but I just think this is easier. Oh, yeah, exactly, Nancy. Yeah, you're fine. I think you're going to be happy with that, and you can always get a different one. All right, and then I just keep this edge lined up with that, and I don't have to worry about my needles landing where I want them to. So my eye is looking right here, like that exactly. I'm looking right here and making sure that fold stays there. And then just make sure that nothing's pulling. I think we're also more apt to want to sew something if we don't need all the gadgets and gizmos, because finding them, getting them all out, getting halfway through, struggling, going, shoot, I should have used my gadget. But I've been sewing long enough now that I'm kind of going like, this is kind of cool that it gets easier and easier using these things. Okay, I'm a little bit off, I can tell. All right, but we're almost done. Oh, I'm a little off again. I was looking at something else. I like to trim these threads before I sew. I get rid of them, sew onto it, and then line it up and sew right on there, and do it for like an inch. And voila. And so then you land, see that, on your fabric. I'm a little in on here, and I think I'm a little out on there. But I always put one needle to the left of the cut edge so that I enclose the whole edge, because that's what you're trying to do. Kind of finish that raw edge. If your machine doesn't like your left needle being on a less fabric than the right needle, then just sew on that, both layers of fabric. All right. Let's go back to the machine over here. Hi. Okay, so now I'm going to we're just going to secure all those little tails I left everywhere. I think there's 4, right? There's one here. And we'll just make it a little bit shorter and then pull it into the seam allowance. I'm going to pull it down towards the body because I figure when the arm is down, that's the way it'll push the seam allowance. So just using logic. Nothing mysterious. Logic can be mysterious though, right? Which one do I have, Marilyn? I have a Juki MCS 1500. I did an unboxing, but I didn't really know anything about it at the time, but you can kind of watch my reaction if you want. And then I've done a couple videos just using it. I've only had it a few months. It's not my first cover stitch, but it is very different than my old cover stitch. My old cover stitch was actually nicer, but I'd had it a long time and I was just ready for something new. So, geez Louise. That is definitely a me thing to say. You know what my friends tried to tell me is that I said something like, well, it's getting all higgledy-piggledy. And they were like, what? I said, what? They're like, what did you say? Something? I was like, higgledy-piggledy. It's getting all higgledy-piggledy, you guys. And they were so fixated on that. They were like, what? They couldn't say it, by the way. Neither of them had ever heard that expression, and neither of them could say it. It took so long. I was like, you guys are teasing me. I say this all the time. And they were like, you've never said that before. They still can't say it, and so sometimes something will get wonky, and they'll say, it's getting all higglesing-pig-ding, you know? I'm like, what the heck, you guys? I always say that. They're like, you've never said that. All right, where's the shirt begin and where does it end? Let's check it out. Okay, we just need buttonholes on this. And I do have my machine handy if you want to stay around to do that. You have Louise, the G's Louise or the higgledy-piggledy? Higgledy-piggledy seems like such a British thing to say, to be honest. Right, Nancy? I feel like these two would have said something like, they would have said, that's such a white girl thing to say, or they would have said, you're old for saying that. That's what they would have said to me. Hi, Jane. Ah, well, thanks for coming. You're not alone. Delwyn's here from New Zealand, I think. Right, Delwyn? It's early for you guys. Yeah, higgledy-piggledy, yeah. Yeah. All right, this is looking pretty good, right? So here's our little cuff on the sleeve. It's quite big, just so you know. Here, I'll put my arm in here just so you can get an idea of what it's like. So it's a pretty soft. This is the men's medium. It's might be a little big, but it might fit me. Yeah, it's a good word. It's a hemmed version. Let's get some real estate here so we can see what we're doing. Very cute. Doesn't this look like it could be a great jammy top? Is it, Kate? It's early. So if I did like a stream occasionally in the afternoon, that would be better for you guys, right? Because I've offered this before. Really, Nancy? They hadn't heard Under the Weather? See, I don't think some of these terms are old-fashioned at all. They've been being said for a long time, so. Okay. So I think, like, what my opinion about this is that I think I would probably unpick some stitches right here and tuck this little tiny, see it? Oh, that's a good angle. You can really see it because of the shadow. Like it's not as bad as that, but right? Yeah, okay, Kate, that's good to know. Yeah, exactly. You just hung up when I was playing, Nancy. I've never heard of that book. It's too early near 11 a.m. So we're from the future. What, Carrie? Okay. So yeah, I would probably do that, you know, but the sample went really good. I think for the rest of it, this is great. The fabric's great. I'm gonna put buttonholes on if you guys want to stay. What about the Scotsford Fair Ocean? That's awesome. Words are so fun. Okay, I have my home sewing machine right here. I think it's very sneaky of Hearts to send me things that need buttonholes sometimes. Okay, I have my, sorry, I tether my cords to my camera. This way, we can do some buttonholes. All right. We got this the other day, right, where we could see the buttonholes. All right, cool. Okay. Oh, it's a Maurice Sendak book? Oh my gosh. That's funny. Okay, so the buttons are these little dill buttons. Very cute. And we have the placket here. There's the, yeah, look at that. I think we'll just stick with that spacing. Let's just measure that. So it's a 1.5 inch spacing. And it starts 3/4 of an inch down from the seam, the neck seam. So here's, I need, oh, this will be better. Wait, I'm gonna get a little ruler to put behind so I can pin. Like this. I don't really need my slimline thing. Is that what that's called? Oh, Simflex. Oh my gosh, I keep calling this thing slimline. Where is that? This thing here. So you can get something like this to, you know, mark your buttons and buttonholes. It is pretty nifty. I bought this kind of in the last year. So again, I don't usually use a lot of gadgets, and I did get this one. I do forget to use it a lot, unfortunately. I remember it when I have like a whole dress of buttonholes, like neck to hem. So, all right, 1.5 inch spacing. And I usually just mark the top of the buttonhole at first when I start. And then I kind of go back and forth on all my markings kind of a lot. All right, and now I'm going to figure out the center of my placket. I recently just got like gray and white in my Chaco liner, so I'm going to use that to mark it. So my placket is 1 inch wide, so I'm going to put a 1/2 inch line down the center here. I don't know, can you see that? Barely, huh? Oh, here, I can give you the, let's see if it's still, ooh, there we go. Ooh, it's still copied. That's it. It's the Candied Knit. And this is the sky color. And I keep telling everyone that in person, right now it actually looks pretty true. It's kind of a denim blue. And earlier it looked like a robin's egg blue. It's not like that. It's definitely more like denim. Wabbit. What's wabbit? Like rabbit? All right, so now I have my center line. Then when you're trying to figure out how long to make your buttonhole, here's the good like starting point. You're gonna make it as long as the width of the button plus the thickness of the button. So this button is pretty thin, right? It's not even, you know, it's like a little over 1/16 of an inch. Plus it's probably, you know, a little over 3/8. So if I added that, so that'd be a 1/2 inch hole that I needed. Oh yeah, cattywampus. That's another good one, child. I like that one. You guys are still talking about this. I love it. All right, so then I'm going to put my pin kind of off to the side. I'm going to move it more too. And then I'm going to add another one. I put it off to the side because, and I didn't do this on the Fairfield, or what did we just sew the other day? What did I just sew? I like to put it off to the side so I can see it when the work is under my presser foot. And a lot of times I can't when it's, like say I used chalk to mark the buttonhole on the line. That's great, but I don't know why, but I just can't see that because the presser foot just obscures it. So putting a button way down here, this isn't a useful button at all. You can kind of decide, do I really want 3 buttonholes here? You know what I mean? Like, here, I'll give you some perspective. This is also a really good way to check is, oh, I have something fun to show you. Okay. Oh, I need darker thread for these buttons. That's okay though. It'll work for the buttonholes. So do you see how low that is on the placket? We might want to raise this up a 1/4 of an inch. I think it would be better up here. So the thing you want to avoid is, see how we have the seam allowance turned down at the neck here? That can kind of get in the way of my machine's presser foot. So when I'm sewing down the side of my buttonhole and then I go back up and then I do the other side. When I'm going backwards, sometimes my presser foot will press up against that seam allowance and it won't move. And so I have to be really careful about that if I get too close to things like that. And we're doing a vertical buttonhole, so that would happen. If you're doing a horizontal buttonhole, then your presser foot would be parallel to it and it wouldn't be so bad, right? So I think we could go up a little bit more though. I think that would look a little more normal if that was up there. So let's just move that where we think it needs to go. And then we'll stick with the 1.5 inch spacing still. You know? It's so hard to do this under the camera. We'll do this. So I always mark my spacing from the top of each buttonhole. I don't measure from the bottom. I just keep it very consistent so I don't have to second guess it. All right, 1/2 inch. I'm making a 1/2 inch buttonhole when it's cut. Let's hope that works. So what are the odds someone's actually going to even use these, you know, buttons and buttonholes? So there's that factor too. So if you're like, no one's ever going to use this, you could just sew the buttons on there and sew it shut. All right. I need these to be all the way out. All right. And then I think I'm going to just mark, dang it, the top of my buttonhole. I just need, this is it right here. I can't even see it in there. Oh well, it's okay. Okay, so this is the fun thing I have to show you. Oh, sorry. So remember how I've told you that sometimes these thread spools have a secret compartment? This one does. So sometimes they don't because they're, I don't know why, honestly. But this is one from Hearts Fabric. And so this is Gutermann. And if you unscrew the bottom and pull it, there's a place to put a needle. That wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. This is not one of those. What's that for? It's got a hole. Well, shoot. I don't have anything to show you. Oh, well. Oh, cool, Elizabeth. I don't think I have one that, yeah, that one you can see through too. Well, shoot. This one might. Nope. Oh, well. Some of them do, though. So if you unscrew it, I thought it was the top, actually, not the bottom. It's a place to put your needle. Because you're not supposed to put your needle like this on a spool of thread. It's a big, big, big no-no. But people do it all the time. And it's really funny because years and years ago, Threads magazine had this picture on the cover of their magazine of an article. And it was a whole thing about needles and hand sewing, or maybe thread. I can't remember what it was about, but it was hilarious because for the cover of it, for the cover of it, they used a, oh, I don't need to wind a bobbin. They used a picture of a spool of thread with a needle in it like that. And they got so many angry letters from people. It was drama. It was Threads magazine drama. Kind of cracked me up. They all had good points, though. Okay, Sarah, I can't wait to see your ideal bag. Congratulations. Yeah, exactly, Nancy. It is. All right, so here's the other tip. I will angle my machine so you can see better. That we talked about the other day is if you have a Bernina and you have this little arm on your bobbin case and you're doing buttonholes. I don't know if you have that, Elizabeth, but you want to thread it. See that? You want to thread that little arm just like that. Makes a really nice difference in your buttonholes. If your machine doesn't have that, don't worry about it. It doesn't need it then. All right, so this is my little Bernina 140. I bought this because it had a knee lift. That's the only reason I bought it for. Okay, Nancy. I'm sure they're starving to death. No one has known starving until your dogs experienced it. And it's the worst ever. Okay. So let's just try. Yeah, let's just try one real quick. I cannot see. It's this. Can I bring this closer? And then bring this closer? Oh, cool. See, my keyhole buttonholes look terrible. I have that. It's there. Quick and dirty trial. See that, how it's going crooked? That's not good. Sometimes the trial is good because then you're like, oh, I forgot there's seam allowance right here I have to fight with. Good to remember, you know? Sometimes you just don't know what you're going to come up against. All right. I do have a buttonhole cutter. It will disappoint you to know that I like using my seam ripper. That seems kind of big. Oh no, that feels pretty good actually. It could be a little smaller. Okay, cool. I'm going to start from down here. But I like seeing my needles or my pins on the right hand side. I'm used to that, so I'll just do it from the top and go down. I also like to start on the bottom because if I screw up my bottom buttonhole on like other garments, like not this placket, right? The placket's really front and center here. But on other garments, obviously some like way down at the bottom of your dress, I'd rather screw that one up, right? Yeah, it is. It is. My buttonhole foot. Yeah, and so you want the foot. If you don't know which one's your buttonhole foot, it looks like this. It has 2 grooves. You see those 2 grooves? It helps a lot. So on the Bernina, I have like a foot that, oh, that's not it. I have a foot that is smooth. I have a bunch of feet, but you definitely want to use your buttonhole foot. It makes a big difference so that your machine doesn't get hung up on the ridges that it's about to sew. It's the neckband is a little bit fighting with me. I'm going to have to manage this for sure. Make sure that your garment's not pulling. I always put my hand holding the back. You can't see it, but it's back there. Yeah, you can't see it. I'm holding the back of my work just in case I need, you see my hands back there? Just in case I need to pull on it a little bit. Okay, see my pin moved. It's at an angle. I need to make sure that it's perpendicular so I don't forget or lose the spot. That's not very dense, that button, that side, unfortunately. You could sew it again though. So see how I talked about the machine might not like going backwards? That's okay. This is not the decorative buttonhole stitch, so I just lifted it up. This is just a stitch that's taking me back to the top. Doesn't really matter what it looks like, as long as it's inside where the buttonhole is going to be stitched. All right, get this positioned again. Do the end, and now we're back going down this side. See that spacing on that side does not look that great. That's where I paused to tell you why I was pulling. Or not pulling, but being prepared to pull. All right, so let's just restitch a little bit of this right here because it looks kind of yucky. No. I feel like this is like the real buttonholes of sewing drama right now, you know? There we go, that looks better. Okay. A little crooked. Sometimes I leave them connected between each buttonhole. Oh, maybe I should have gone all the way down. I didn't realize that wasn't very dense either. The button is going to cover it up though, remember. I love doing these with you guys because then it's not one more thing I have to do off camera before I send it to them. It's very selfish of me, huh? Okay, we're back on number 1. Yep. Mine even has a little window here that tells me, it took me a while to figure this out. See that 3? That's what it's telling me I need foot number 3. Oh, that's cool, Elizabeth. Yeah, this machine is geared towards quilters. It's not the most sophisticated for a buttonhole, you know? Make sure my pins are perpendicular. Don't want it to get hung up down here. See that going crooked there? This is awkward. It's good she gives that tip on. If you don't want to fight with this, put your buttonholes in now. She's right. I'm really thankful for that interfacing in there though. It's okay. The knit, it's like making it not skip stitches, but it's not doing it as dense as it usually does. Okay. So same thing, I have all this fabric right here, and it wants to push up against the front of my machine, so make sure it's not doing that. Make sure it's nice and slack. Keep your other blanket out of the way. And my presser foot might not like going up against this either, so I gotta be careful. I'm holding it at the back just in case I need to pull it along. This is where it wants to go a little bit cockeyed. Going backwards on the knit. Jeez Louise. This is why we're all so passionate about a dedicated machine that does buttonholes. Dedicated home sewing machine. No. I want that to be a little denser. Let's back it up a little bit. There we go. We survived. Yeah, I'm with you there, Terry. Welts are so much more easy to control. You're not at the absolute whim of your machine and your expertise, you know? Do you see that? Let me show you. There's like a slight list on every single one, and I have a feeling it's because of sewing it on knit. The knit is like, it's almost like the machine is sewing in sand. You know what I mean? Like in the way, like, you know when you run on the sand at the beach and it just feels like, ugh. That's kind of, I think, what happens with the machine. Look at how they're a little wider. They look wider at the bottom and they're listing like this. Just for top stitching. Hi, Janice. Oh yeah, Suzanne. I have to press a button. I've had a machine like that. It actually did do good buttonholes. That one. All right, so I'm gonna cut my holes, and I do use a seam ripper. The one bad thing about the buttonhole cutter is the width. You're fixed on your buttonhole having to be at least that wide, and I don't think my buttonholes are like just the same. See that? It's pretty close. But that's what I'm going for if someone breaks into my office. The buttonhole cutter or my scissors if I'm near them. That's my plan. Good to have a plan. You see one in the middle? What do you mean? I've always used my seam ripper. I feel pretty good. I usually push my back of my seam ripper, this right here, up against the threads. That way I don't make sure I cut them, you know, I make sure I don't cut them. There we go. And then I know a lot of people use Stitch Witchery. I actually just bought some. Still in the package, by the way. What does it look like? I did buy some, didn't I? Oh, here it is. Oh, Fray Check, sorry. Fray Check. And I know a lot of people use this on their buttonholes. If you don't have every gadget and gizmo, right? I will just do this. I fold the buttonhole like this. And you see how it exposes all these little guts of the buttonhole? I trim those down. So I know a lot of people like to use the Fray Check, but here's the deal. Once you get rid of this, there's nothing left. Oh, yeah, you see the one in the middle listing. Yeah, the one in the middle is kind of the worst. But see, look at that. They're going to be fine once they're like being used. And remember, they're going to do this most of the time around the button. Don't worry about it too much. There's some buttonholes you need to worry about. These I wouldn't worry about. They could be better. They will be next time. So I trim all this. On knit, it's not going to fray because it's knit. On other fabrics, what happens is you'll get like maybe like a white thread right there. And so I do this, I kind of ruffle it up and I pull out all the threads, trim them, and then that's it. It's not going to fray anymore. But if it makes you feel better, use something like that. Oh, see, and yeah, see, that's a good tip. See what Terry said? She said she lets it dry overnight and then she cuts them open. There you go. That's how you're supposed to use it. And I've never used it before, so listen to her. Okay. My buttons. On this particular button, even though the placket is a little thick, I would probably just machine sew these on. You know? Yeah, Suzanne, I've heard that too. It sounds like it, Janice. That's what Terry says. Let's see what it says. Apply a very small amount, allow to dry 15 to 30 minutes. That's it. That's all it really says. Besides, you know, don't eat it. Oh, I forgot my label. Oh, I forgot the Thread Theory label. Look at, they include a label in their pattern. Dang it. Do we have room? Oh, we do. Okay. We can slip these in here. Right? It's a nice label they give you. Look at that. Can you see that? I have the autofocus off. It doesn't say you have to use it before, Janice. Whatever works for you. Maybe try a test on both and then maybe, you know. Does that help the focus? On the hem on the outside, Louise? Ooh, I like that idea. It's not that kind of label, but maybe I could make it that way. Oh, it is. They have it turned down. Ooh. Oh, what does it say? The perfect pattern, the perfect fabric, the perfect garment. Snazzy. All right, let's put my buttons on really quick. So I'm going to use my machine to do it. That's what I was getting at. So usually I hand sew my buttons on because I like to account for that thickness. Like if you saw on the cashmere blazer. I don't really think you have to do that on a Henley. Really, Sydney? How judgmental. I was about to say, that sounds like something and the pattern company I was thinking of would say. I'm not going to say that. That's funny. Okay, so let's mark. So the button needs to go at the top of the buttonhole. And the reason that is, okay, so for years I didn't even think about this. You have to put the button at the top because if you don't, if you're doing like a button down shirt and the left and the right are two separate pieces, if you do that, what happens is the side with the buttonhole shifts down so that the top of the buttonhole is resting on top of the button, right? It's natural, it's gravity, it's going to pull down. And so if you put the button in the middle of the buttonhole and the shirt shifts down to rest on it, your collar and your hems will be off from one another. So always put it at the top. You don't have to put it like right at the top. Maybe put it like use your logic, right? So if this is a 2-hole buttonhole, right? And I'm going to sew it so that the buttonholes are in line with the buttonhole. The holes of the button are in line with the buttonhole. You don't want to do it this way. You don't want it to always spread apart your buttonhole like that, right? You want it to be vertical and in line with it. Logic. And then, you know, think about like just that thickness there. And I would put, you know, like that hole there. I would put it like right here at the top of the button. So that's Those are my tips. Right, Janice? Really, Terry? That's so interesting. All right. So I'm just going to put a pin at the top. And this can be kind of tricky. I definitely make sure sometimes, and then I rethink it, and then I do it again and again and again, you know? Let's look at it from the side. Are they straight up and down? This one's not. I'm doing this pretty badly right now because I'm trying to hurry, and that never really saves us time. Look at that. I could stitch this buttonhole. I'm going to stitch this buttonhole more. That's too much of a gap. That is too much of a gap. Gosh darn it. Yeah, they're just kind of logical tips. But it makes you start thinking everything like that. Oh, cool, Suzanne. How'd your Ilford turn out? That's awesome. You made one of those. Did you see recently she posted a picture of like a little version she did? It was really cute. Nope. Nope, that's not where the buttonhole is. It's over here. Gosh darn it. Okay. I'm just re-sewing this little bit here. Even though I've already cut it. Oh, did you see that? I just swung way over. Didn't like that. Now I have thread vomit under there. Oh yeah, see, I knew it. Shouldn't have done that. Wow. Wow. Let's see if I can sort it out a little bit. Don't just whack it off right off the bat. Try and pull it out a little bit. It's probably because the buttonhole was cut, and so the needle went down through the hole of the right here, and there was no fabric in between. Wow, Terry. I don't have any words for that. Okay. Let me make sure my buttons are marked where I want them to be. Do they have a point, Janice? I mean, you know, I like to make sure certain things are done so that I don't have to worry about when someone's coming over, and I can just keep doing my whatever I'm doing, you know? Imagine you're like already making food and all of your family's clothes. Wow, that seems like a lot of pressure. Okay, then I pull my pins through my buttonhole like this. And I think that this foot that I just showed that was in here, here it is, this foot right here, I think this is for sewing buttons on with, so I've been using it. It's kind of a crazy little foot, but it's been kind of helpful. Okay, zigzag, and then I'm just going to kind of take a gander. All right, so if you use your machine, you need to make sure your machine allows you to zero out the length of your stitching, okay? So that means that your machine can stitch in place without moving or drop the feed dogs. It could be a quilting foot. Yeah, it could be a quilting foot. I don't have a button foot. I did look, but this has been working pretty good. So I'm going to put a little dot on my fabric. I'm going to use this washable ink. And then I also like to go, all right, let's at least put them in a straight line. You know, let's live large here. Why not? I just want to do one last thing. Here we go. I'm gonna change my thread to match my button. It is number 29. It's a free motion foot. Yeah, that makes sense. That's what it seems like. I've seen free motion feet, and that's what it looks like. So if you don't have thread sometimes to match, don't worry about it. You just need to match your button. So hopefully you have that. If you don't have that, lots of things will work with gray. Just remember that. If you're really having trouble finding thread to match a project, what is going on here? Think about gray. There's something up here. Here we go. There we go. Jeez. Couldn't get that in there because it wasn't high enough. I feel like I'm taking forever to do this. Sorry, guys. This is not my favorite part either. But the quicker I get done. I love that I finally have a full bobbin over there and I don't need that machine anymore. I think I need to take it out of the arm. And we'll change the bobbin to blue. Most of the time I sew with this door open because it's in a table, you know. I wanted to see if I got the width right on the button. I can't even see. Oh well. Oh, here, let's do it here. It doesn't even go all the way down. Can I adjust this? Oh, look at that. It's moving. Oh, okay. I don't know what this foot does. All right, I'm ready. Let's do it. Oh, that's cool, Janice. You cut out a folded pocket to play with that. Nope. Yeah, exactly. Remember, vertical. Put your button, the holes of your button in line with your buttonhole. If you're nervous, I can't get this. You know what I'm going to use? I'm going to use a glue stick. It's washable. I'll line up my button to the top of that little mark there. Ultimate in cheating. I don't think I've ever done that before. It's so far away from me, you guys. Like, it's like I'm sewing at the other end of the table, so I can't see because of the cameras and stuff. It's really hard for me to even see where the needle's going in. Okay. I have 0 length, and then I have the width I think I need. I can't reach the presser foot either. So yeah, I can't even see the button holes right now. I'm just hoping that it's all okay. It's so far away. All right, there's one. I just leave it connected. Right, Jane. Well, I think that I have a sneaky suspicion that some sewing videos, well, I don't have a sneaky, I just know. I think some of them practice and then, which is great. There's nothing wrong with this, by the way. I just feel like sometimes it doesn't really show the true nature of what's happening or the difficulty that might be involved, like what skills you could be building. And I also don't think that, I think a lot of people edit their videos so ferociously that you don't even know that they've cut out a lot. Oh, Elizabeth, thanks. Good luck on your buttonholes tomorrow, Elizabeth. That's not in the right spot. With this foot, I kind of lose where the center is. There we go. All right, now if you can, it's my last little tip. Kind of like, I give you as much tips as possible that I can think of. You don't have to do them all. I didn't do all these things for years. Wonder tape, the stuff I just learned about. I cut it so that they're equidistant, right? These are kind of short tails, to be honest. I don't know if I'll be able to do this. And I pull this bobbin thread so that it pulls the top thread to the back, right? And I do this because sometimes when you just cut your threads on the right side, they just sit there, like sitting above your button. It's really annoying. I can't get this one to the back. So this one I'm just going to trim. That's just how it is. But it's really nice if you want to plan this out, if you're doing something a lot fancier than a jammy top Henley. You would want longer tails. I would cut your threads in between each button. Don't just attach them like I did. I did the quick and dirty thing. And then you can set yourself up to have a longer bobbin tail. And you'll also set yourself up that it won't be hung up on something too. The good thing with hand sewing buttons is that you can hide the back in the placket, right? Okay, this one, yeah, this one also. I can get one of them, but I can't get the other. And it's just probably because of the way I sewed it with them being connected. But yeah. You can even just pull them to the back and pull. You know? If it's Christmas Eve, yo, do what you gotta do, lady, you know? That's what I tell myself. So if any of you, if it's Christmas Eve and you're like, oh my gosh, be nice to yourself, okay? Thanks again, Elizabeth. That's so nice of you. Look at those, look pretty cute, don't they? Those little buttons. They're pretty dark, but they're very luminous. Oh, is that the word I want? I don't know. They have a really nice quality to them. They're cute. These little dill buttons are so handy. I love it when stores have a rack of something like this with a slimline. That's what they are. It's the slimline buttons. That's why I mistake the buttonhole marker for slimline. It's Simflex. See, this one is hard. Like, I raised this up. That would have been pretty hard to do if it were any lower. All right, and then give it a good tug. See how that's still spreading apart, the buttonhole? And I didn't even put my holes going horizontal. This is why I don't like 4-hole buttons. That's the other thing. If you're ever shopping for buttons and you can think about it, pick buttons that don't have 4 holes. Whoever came up with that, she really didn't sew. All right. Well, I mean, I really fussed over this, Janice, but I think it went really well. I think it looks really good. Like, none of this is bugging me because it looks like a lived-in Henley, you know? And once it's washed, this waviness will calm down. It's not bad, though. But yeah, it looks pretty good. Looks pretty cute. I think this would fit me. Would be nice if they sold kits for this. You know, I like that idea. Have you know, I could see Needle Sharp doing that, Suzanne. I would suggest it. I would love if she did like a menswear month. I know she buys Thread Theory patterns, so it's possible. And I just don't know how active Thread Theory is or what, so I don't know. I like the idea of that though. All right, so let me, was there something else? Oh, labels. That's what it was. Labels. Okay, let's just sew on the labels. Okay, let's move this and this. You over there, you over here, back there. I should have put the cameras on the things on the other side. I do, Suzanne. I really do. All right, so we're saying we're going to put this one on the outside hem, right, Louise? We might be able to do that. Don't you think that would be cute? All right, let's change our thread real quick. Oh no, okay, let me sew mine on first and then we'll do that one. Okay, so this is the center. I already clipped my thread, but it'll be okay. I'll have enough. And we'll just slip the label under here. Oh, there's my notch. I can see it. Don't you love it when center is still centered? We'll just lay this in there. It would have been ideal had I put this here when I did the top stitching. I don't in general include my label in the sewing because then it has to fold back on itself, and my labels are kind of thick. So see, now it still hangs down under there. All right, let's just change to white thread. Last thing, 1 inch. Button drama. Hi, Nancy. Welcome back. She does like a good bit of drama, but it wasn't very drama-ish. Not enough for Nancy. She likes high drama. I'm so glad we could do this whole garment today. I was like, you know, I'm not sure I'm going to sew on Saturday. And I was like, you know, I bet I could do that Henley, cut it and sew it. It's almost 4 hours. Like, if I were just sitting here doing this by myself without you guys, and now that I've sewn one especially, I can do this pretty quick, I think. You know? So 4 hours to do something start to finish is a lot, in my opinion, for this. But I think you could actually, you know, do it in less time. Let's take our chance and see if we can just stitch it like this. You could hand sew it too, I guess. Theoretically, the label's right above itself, right? Oh yeah. I love that. I'm so glad Louise suggested that. That looks so cool. Yeah, you and Ray. Yeah, you do. That's so funny. Cool. All right, well, that's the whole garment. I don't know what I'm doing next Saturday. I have no idea what's in my bin over there. Let me take a quick Thanks, Delwyn. Oh, cool. That's awesome. All right, let me see what I have over here. I don't know. That's funny. I don't have any outstanding. I have 2 Fairfields to sew. I'm going to make myself a raglan because I finally got my fabric. And wow, I don't really have this is awesome. I love it. So it'll be a surprise. Post-Thanksgiving surprise. You need to go to like do they have Washington frock tails, Sydney? Because that would be the perfect place. Thanks, Marilyn. Appreciate it. I think that would be the perfect place to wear a fancy dress because I don't have anywhere. I mean, occasionally my husband has Christmas parties. I'm so thankful when he has to travel for them. I've never made a dress for one either. Fairfields, yay. I know, I've made so many of those lately. I have 2 solid Fairfields to make. Yeah. I know, oh, in Seattle Frock Tails, maybe that's what it's called. I know Portland has one because that's where it originated. Yeah, me too, Terry. Yeah, so that could be a good place because then people would appreciate it too. All right, well, it'll be a surprise what I sew next Saturday. Maybe we'll just hang out and sew together. That could be nice. The Fairfield is by Thread Theory Designs as well, and this is by Thread Theory Designs. Here's the pattern. This is what we made today, the Strathcona Henley. Big thanks to Hearts Fabric for sending us a fun project. It comes in this crew neck view as well. Is he interested, Sydney? Libby. Exactly. Cool. All right. And the fabric is it's linked in the description of the video. But it's the candy version. Oh no, it's candied. Sorry. I keep getting confused by the name because candied sounds so weird. It's candied knit is the style of knit, is the name of this knit on the Hearts Fabric website, and this is Sky, and it comes in 4 colors. Yeah, I'm so glad you could come, Suzanne. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for everyone for coming. I really appreciate it. So, like I said, I'm going to run this by my Patreon patrons. In fact, I think I have a meeting today too. That I'm going to cut back on live streams for a bit so I can actually create some video and a video sewing course. So you're going to see me mostly Saturdays. And I'll tell you more when I know more. But I want to make sure it's okay with Patreon patrons because they basically make this possible. And I don't have a ton. I have plenty. I have lots. I'm happy and thankful. But I don't have a lot of wiggle room. So I got to make sure that you guys are all okay with me not live streaming because that's my #1 thing. And that's my thing I'm really passionate about because I just want to make some uploaded videos and I need to kind of get that. I also want to rearrange things in here just to update what I'm currently wanting to do in here. So I can't live stream if I have to rearrange everything. It's kind of a big deal. So, but yeah, anyway. So I'm just thinking about through the end of the year. Can I say more about Patreon? Patreon is it's like a way for folks to give money to support someone that they really like who does artists, musicians, authors, content creators like what I do. And there's different tiers. It's just a way to be able to have a subscription-based monetary support system. So, and everybody does them really differently. So maybe you're supporting an artist who you love, and they give a postcard, send you a postcard that they designed every month at a certain tier, or maybe you get a signed autograph thing once a year or something like that, right? And musicians probably give out music and stuff. And so for me, I have 3 or 4 tiers. The entry level tier is just like you like what I'm doing with the live streams, and it just keeps the lights on type of thing, because I have to have an office to do this. And then the next tier up, and that one was $5. The next tier up's $10, and it gives you, if I do a pattern, you get it for free. You get to know about sales or anything I'm selling, or get discounts and things like that. Like, I don't have a whole lot I'm selling, so I just try and give everything I can when I have something to sell. If I just say, hey, I'm going to make this welt pocket that I just drafted, I'm going to give it to Patreon free. That's what I do. I'll give them like the pattern pieces and for free. And then the top tier, which I actually have a few slots in right now, is a monthly Zoom session. And so if you want to hang out and chat with me, and like, it's usually 3 or 4 people, but it can be up to 5, but not everybody comes to their Zoom session. Then you can hang out and you can bring your sewing and say, I'm having trouble with this, I'm stuck. You can say, can you show me how you sew a collar and collar stand? Like, I'm there for you. A lot of them don't ask enough questions about that. We just hang out and talk all things sewing or whatever. What % of Patreon money goes to me? They take a percentage, but it's one of the smaller percentages. I don't know what it is. Oh, that's great, Nancy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's like tiers. Like, people have like dollar tiers. Like Black Women Stitch has one. And she does the podcast Stitch Please, and Andrea has one. Sew to Fit. She's really focused on fitting. There's a lot of sewing ones. I saw Top Stitch has one. So, oh no, Top Stitch doesn't have one. They have Mighty Networks, which is something I'm thinking about. So it's just a nice way to support people that are trying to create stuff. And a lot of things like that are moving towards this way, which is interesting. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I wish that you guys didn't have to at all. YouTube, the way that YouTube would like you to support me financially is if I did something called subscriptions. And I don't enable that because they take about 40 to 60%. So, and what that would do is put a little badge by your name in the chat. And so everyone would know that you're a subscriber or a follower. I can't remember how they call it. I get confused with what Twitch does. But, and then you would also, I would design like little emojis, you know, like emojis you use on your phone, like flowers, monkeys, whatever. We would have some specific to So Live. And then you would get to use those in the chat. And that would show everybody, oh, look at that. You know, she's a subscriber. She has those unlocked emojis. That's what you get out of it, and it shows your support. Unfortunately, YouTube takes a lot of it, and I just don't do it because I already had Patreon when they allowed that. They didn't always have that. I know, Janice, it's a lot. Is there a Patreon YouTube? Yeah, so that's what it is. It's like, I can't remember what it's called. I mean, you don't have to do those subscription models. If you're just occasionally like, you know what, I got a lot out of this particular stream. It really helped me. I want to support this person. For me, I have donations on my website, or you can do the super chat. The donations, it's less of a percentage going to someone else, but it doesn't matter. Like, we're talking about very small amounts of money. You know, it's not a big deal. Yeah, and Patreon is not affiliated with YouTube. So occasionally if you see someone say that they just subscribed on Patreon on my screen, it's because I just have it linked as an alert. Night, Louise. Thanks for stopping by. A lot of YouTubers have Patreon. Yeah, I know, Nancy. I appreciate that. Yeah, me too. I wish it was too. It is tricky to see. And I actually don't know. And I you know, like, I feel like it's Walter or someone else that said, you know, you should just unlock everything possible for people to support you. And I agree with that on one level, but at the same time, like I said, I would really like this to be self-sufficient on its own at some point. I get ad revenue, though. I should say that. I get ad revenue through YouTube, and it's about $200 a month. It's probably a lot less than people think. Are you taking off too, Elizabeth? Good night and good luck on your buttonholes tomorrow. Yeah, so yeah, that's it. And I would say that people, what they complain about with Patreon is that the site is kind of confusing. But you don't have to spend time on it, which is great. Like the way I do my content, you just get a little email that says, hey, blah, 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 blah. I posted something in there, and you get it by email. You don't even have to visit, which is great. If you want to comment back, you can. And then there's direct messages. I know, Nancy, exactly. It does make me very uncomfortable. Not sure if you can keep Craftsy. So Craftsy is still going then. That's good. That's a tough call. I know a lot of people have a lot invested in their Craftsy accounts and classes. You still keep your classes though, probably. So it's just great. Because Craftsy has really helped so many people. I'm kind of pinpointing what I want to be out in the world. And I think it's doing this one video that I'm kind of stumped on right now. I don't want to be an influencer. I don't want to be someone that, it's subtle. I'm figuring it out. What I want, like, I feel like what I do is a little different. So what I want to do is support people in their sewing journey, and I want them to be able to figure out what's wrong and how to fix it without having to look at a billion places to go. I want them to be more confident and a better detective about what they need to do to make their sewing look really good. In fact, I would argue that I would want a sewist to become so independent they wouldn't need me at all. That's my goal. I think that's so indicative of being a pattern drafter. That's what you're trying to do. You're always trying to make your thing be very independent of you and not need you. I know, right, Janice? That is tough. Yeah, and that's the thing. So it's interesting we're talking about this because I've been researching the Mighty Networks thing, and I feel like just saying, oh, you know, Patreon this or whatever, you know, a lot of people are just like, I don't even know what Patreon is, and now you're going to bring up Mighty Networks. And so this is what I'll say. This is the reason I'm looking at this is the community aspect is really awesome, and it's awesome for me too. I really enjoy that. I also am not the kind of person that runs a community that wants much from you. I don't really want you to constantly have to engage with me or be front and center. You get what you want out of it, and maybe you just lurk. Maybe you do participate in polls or talk to people, whatever, right? But currently, I'm managing Instagram and Facebook, Patreon, and YouTube. It's a lot of spaces. I feel like this is what I envision, and I'm trying to make sure this is what happens. So Beatrice Forms, the dress form that I have, they have a Mighty Networks. And I'm in there because they unlocked it for all of the like certain time frame people, and everybody else like from then on had to pay to be in there. And it's very interesting because it's a private space. So if you're not someone who's on Instagram or Facebook, and maybe you're not on there because you have concerns about a lot of the things you hear about in the media, you don't have to worry about that in Mighty Networks. The other great thing is you can do private video streams. You can do video courses. So I could actually say, hey, I have this course on sewing a zipper fly. And if you guys want to take it, you know, like maybe the zipper fly course is free for everyone at this tier, or maybe I do a setting in a sleeve course and it's free for everybody. But it exists inside Mighty Networks, and you can pick and choose, and then it can be like a free space, right? It's a free entry level thing, and then you can have tiers like Patreon that unlock certain things. But what I love about it is the sewing courses. I really want to do that, and I think that'd be a great place for it. Discord's great, Walter, but Discord is freaking confusing. Discord is very confusing. It makes sense once you're in there and you use it a lot, but yeah, Discord is really awesome. But you can't do what I'm saying. Like, so Mighty Networks, it's going to like function a little bit like Facebook in that someone could write a post, right? And they could say, hey, look, I finished my Strathcona Henley today. But I had this trouble with this. Has anyone done that before? And then you guys could comment like Facebook, right? But there's no ads whatsoever. Nobody's grabbing your information and selling it. It's completely private. You can belong to a few people's Mighty Networks, and then you can switch between them seamlessly. The layout is very clean and simple and not very confusing. It's awesome. And you can do, you know, your courses in there, or you could have a live video. You could say, hey, we're going to have a Zoom session, whatever. Yeah, it's very interesting, Nancy. Tumblr, oh my gosh. Yeah, so, oh, Suzanne, thank you. My donations aren't linked to YouTube, so I'm sorry. I think a lot of times it is nice for some folks want it to be anonymous, so. Yeah, the super chat thing is the $ at the bottom of the screen, but it doesn't, it's fine. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Tumblr. You didn't even spell Tumblr right. Oh, that's so great, Libby. I'm so glad. I love sewing menswear. Yeah, so I'm sorting all that out, and what I think I would do is I would straddle Mighty Networks and Patreon for a while. I'd make it free for everybody so they can kind of see what it's about and get the feel, because the last thing I want is for all of you to be like, oh my God, one more thing to manage. I'm already on all these other sites, right? So that's why I would kind of see what you guys think. For my part, I would probably spend a lot more time in there than I do on any of the other platforms. And I could also see switching to a format where I'm live streaming Saturdays only, and then on YouTube, and then doing other things inside Mighty Networks. That's private. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's a social sewing space that you can get a lot out of, and no one's taking your information. And there's apps so that you can do it right on your phone. You don't have to be in front of a computer. I watched one of the videos in the Beatrice one the other day, and it was live, and then it existed afterward. I thought that was really cool. So anyway, so you know, if you guys have feedback, please tell me. But in my opinion, the Patreon folks get the most sway as far as their vote goes because they're supporting me. Right, Walter? I know. Me either. I've sewn a lot of menswear this year. I've sewn a lot more menswear this year than any other years. My other years weren't that great for it. Yeah, YouTube is so confusing, Janice, isn't it? Ugh. Anyway, I'm going to let you guys go. Thanks for coming. I'm happy always to explain any of these things. And like I said, my end goal eventually is that it's all financially independent and we're subsisting on ad revenue or maybe the occasional project. You know, like someone's paying me to film videos right now. It's not like dollar for hour very comparable, but it's money. So it's great. Yeah. You could, Nancy. So you just have to understand that Mighty Networks is for, you can actually look at Mighty Networks, look up sewing, and look at Mighty Networks that invite you to be a part of their community. So yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That's great. All right, Terry. Good luck with your biscuits. I'll see you later. Thanks for modding. Yeah, so I did that the other day, Nancy, when I was researching it. I've been researching it for the last week, and like the other, because I'm in Beatrice's. And there's also direct messaging in there that's really easy to use, which is nice. I like that too. Because people, like I had some gal say, hey, I know you from, you know, So Live, and I'm getting a Beatrice form. It's so great to see you in here. And that was kind of cool, you know, someone saying hi. Hi. Okay, good night, Suzanne. You know, so that was fun to see another person that, because I don't promote myself in there at all. Like, I'm not going to do that. That's her Mighty Network. I comment occasionally because she has these great polls. So So yeah. Anyway, I'm going to let you guys go. I'm just trying to find something easy, very enjoyable, something that's not going to add to your life, because none of you have said they like Patreon as far as interacting with it. It's fine for the like monthly donation thing, but interacting with it is a little clunky. So, and I totally agree with you guys. Every time I open it, I'm like, where's everybody? You know, like, and where's this? It's too simple to where I can't understand it. Yeah, you too, Nancy. All right, well, I'll see you next Saturday. It'll be a surprise what we're sewing, but today was fun, huh? So I'll see you guys soon. Bye.